Chapter 1082. And Lin knew just how valuable a life-saving treasure that could defend against attacks from Tao integration stage super mighty figures was. This was a truly lavish gift, and Guyu must have paid a heavy price for it. And Lin put away Guyu's heavenly star dark shell and officially embarked on his journey home. He stood on Guyu's turtle shell and waved farewell to all of the mighty figures on the island. Lan Xiaoni stood rooted to the spot for a long time, and the determination in her eyes became more and more determined. Go! Lan Xiaoni, you can do it! When Big Boss and Lin comes back, he'll see a better and more united West Sea. The Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan had agreed to form a temporary alliance due to Lin. The two tribes would form a West Sea alliance, which would conquer all of the sea monster tribes of the West Sea. At the same time, they would exterminate some of the evil sea tribes. The Spirit Fish Clan alone wouldn't be able to unify the West Sea. However, with the addition of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, which had once stood aloof from worldly affairs, there was definitely hope for them to unify the West Sea. Within the spatial passageway, and Lin sat on Guyu's back and pulled out a storage ring before silently refining it. Guyu's gift was a little unexpected, but it was quite valuable. Lan Xingyang's gift was most likely going to be quite good as well. He transferred his consciousness into the storage ring, and his heart rate immediately accelerated. There were vital stones. There were a whopping 1,020 vital stones. That was the equivalent of 12 million spirit stones. A wide smile instantly appeared on Lin's face. Lan Xingyang really knew how to be a smart person. Thus, his total net worth had reached 80 million spirit stones. He had been in the West Sea for close to a month, and with the money from Su Xiaolan's cooking, he had about 85 million spirit stones. He was very close to his target of 100 million, and Lin turned his attention to the other parts of the storage ring, where there were two items exuding powerful energy fluctuations. One of them was a ball with countless runes engraved upon it, and there was even a thoughtful annotation on its surface. Deep Sea Super Bomb. This is an energy core created from the compression of two high-density water veins that have been in the deep sea for over 100,000 years. It is then infused with Lan Xingyang's power of the divine Tao and can unleash a full-force attack comparable to that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Note, this bomb is extremely powerful and is imbued with the terrifying power of the ocean. Only Tao integration stage mighty figures can use it from a safe distance of over 50 kilometers. And Lin, a safe distance of more than 100 miles? Do you think I can throw a bomb that far? And Lin was speechless. He silently turned his gaze in another direction. Lying quietly in the storage ring was a huge sword that was 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. This huge sword released the surging power of the ocean and was suffused with a bluish-white brilliance. There was also a note on it: Ancient Sea Immortal Sword, forged from stellar dark steel that fell in the Western Sea over 100 years. It is sharp and tough, and it can amplify lightning-type techniques. It has the power to split mountains and split seas. It is an intermediate-grade immortal artifact. An elated expression appeared on Lin's face. Even though he didn't lack immortal swords, this immortal sword was clearly quite valuable. It could also amplify lightning-type techniques to a certain extent. This was most likely why Lan Xingyang had chosen to give it to Lin. There were only 3 items in the storage ring: money, bomb, and weapon, and Lin sighed with emotion. I have to say, Lan Xingyang's gift is very much to my liking. Guyu shuddered upon hearing this. Super Heavenly Lightning God, do you not like this old turtle's gift? How about I give you a few more gifts? One had to realize that Lin hadn't given the Heavenly Star Dark Shell back when he accepted it. No, Senior Guyu, you've misunderstood. I really like your gift as well. And Lin spoke in an urgent voice. As a swindler with a good heart, he only needed to swindle money once. After a period of hard work, Lin finally managed to pacify the old turtle. Riding on a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure steed was extremely cool and convenient. Less than 2 hours later, they arrived at the Buddhist kingdom that led directly to the kingdom of the 9 states. It had to be said that Guyu was a very important figure. Its arrival had even alerted Buddha Rulai of the Buddhist kingdom. Buddhist chants rang out as a golden Buddhist light enshrouded the entire sky. Shakyamuni, there's no need to be so welcoming. I'm just giving someone a gift, Guyu explained. It was also at this moment that Enlin suddenly felt as if he were being scrutinized by a certain gaze. There was no sense of tension or pressure. Instead, there was a sense of relaxation and excitement, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. Could this be Buddha Rulai's stare buff? Impressive. After that, the golden Buddhist light gradually disappeared, and the Buddhist kingdom's super mighty figure seemed to have also left. Super Heavenly Lightning God, I'll be taking you here. If you need any help, contact me, and I'll do my best to help you, Guyu said in a slow voice. Thank you, Senior Guyu. Just call me Mr. Enlin from now on. Even if there's no one eavesdropping nearby, it's best to keep a low profile as much as possible, Enlin said. Guyu nodded with a smile. All right, Mr. Enlin, I'll be taking my leave now. Goodbye. Enlin bade farewell to Guyu. He and his 2 beast pets then teleported back to the kingdom of the 9 states. Enlin's first stop was not Xiaoxian United University. Instead, he went to the 4-9 Immortal Sect. The Spirit Stone Mine incident, the Creation Realm, and the West Sea incident combined had taken him close to 2 months. He had already been playing truant for so long, so he didn't mind playing truant for a day or 2 more. And Lin chose to return to the 4-9 Immortal Sect first, as he had more important things to do. Within the Purple Star State, an immortal sect sat atop a vast expanse of green grasslands. Big brother, and you're back. Sect leader Enlin, Xiao Chou and his wife, Bai Yao, were already waiting outside the sect to welcome him. Haha, Xiao Chou, you look like you've lost weight. Bai Yao, have you adapted to life in the sect for the past month? And Lin greeted the 2 of them with a wide smile. Xiao Chou blushed upon hearing this. Bai Yao replied with a generous smile, the atmosphere in the sect is very pleasant to me. It's very good. She was telling the truth. It was very rare to see such a clean and pure sect. Living here was like living in a paradise, and she didn't have to think too much about anything else. I'm glad you've adapted. By the way, how's the Black Fox tribe doing? And Lin asked. The Black Fox tribe has been split between our White Fox tribe, the Green Fox tribe, and the Red Fox tribe. However, there's one thing that's a little difficult to deal with, and that's the revenge of the Spirit Fish clan. Bai Yao's expression became a lot more solemn at the mention of the Spirit Fish clan. After all, the Spirit Fish clan was a first-rate power on the Tai Chu continent. Even with the protection of the Hall of Creation's mighty figures, the White Fox tribe was still in a lot of danger. The Spirit Fish clan? A smile appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing this. You can tell your mother about this. She doesn't have to worry about me anymore, as I've already taken care of them in the West Sea. They know about my relationship with the White Fox tribe, so they won't attack you anymore. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao were both dumbstruck upon hearing this. Take care of the Spirit Fish clan? How? Xiao Chou's bulb-like eyes widened. The kind where the leader of the Spirit Fish clan treats me with utmost respect and Lan Xiaoni becomes my underling. An entire clan develops in harmony, and Lin replied. Xiao Chou, Bai Yao. Chapter 1083. Lan Xiaoni? Did I hear that right? An incredulous expression appeared on Xiao Chou's face. Is that the Lan Xiaoni that we've met before? Bai Yao's eyes also widened as if she had heard wrong, and Lin nodded. That's her. She's the princess of the Spirit Fish clan, Lan Xiaoni. She saved my life in the Fallen God Tomb, so she's under my protection. I don't really understand what's going on here. And Lin scratched his head. He heaved a forlorn sigh as he spoke. It's a long story. But it's true that she risked her life to save me, and I'm a person who always repays favors, so you don't mind, do you? And Lin was aware that Lan Xiaoni, Xiao Chou, and Bai Yao had quite a history with her. A wry smile appeared on Lin's face. Our past history was only because we were on different sides, and she and Chen Nin tried to steal Bai Yao away from us. Now that Bai Yao and I have come to fruition, our anger has already dissipated. In contrast, I killed her fiancé and almost killed her. I hope she won't mind. And Lin nodded. Don't worry, she won't mind. She's a very obedient girl. And Lin, Bai Yao, and Lin was astonished. Big brother, and what happened between the two of you? Ahem. I told you she saved my life, but that's a long story. Let's talk about it some other time. And Lin felt like the conversation was going a little off topic, and he immediately changed the subject. But she's obedient to you. But that doesn't have anything to do with her being your savior, does it? Bai Yao turned to Lin with a confused expression as she forced the conversation back to the present. And Lin, Underling Lan is a very pure and innocent girl, and she's obsessed with looks. Even Chin Nan's looks almost made Lan Xiaoni fall for him. So someone as handsome as me would naturally fall for her. That's why she's so obedient to me. I see. And Lin was enlightened. Bai Yao opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. The clown was actually a little face-blind when it came to human appearances. When Lin said that he was much more handsome than Chin Nan, the clown might actually believe him. However, Bai Yao didn't want to ruin his reputation. After all, Lin was a man of honor. From the looks of it, Lin had won. This topic was going to be forcefully ended by Lin in such a shameless way, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, Tina jumped down from his shoulder and silently pulled out a photographic crystal. She could see the confusion and concern on Bai Yao's face, and an idea suddenly occurred to her, and she projected a beautiful image onto the ground. Don't worry, Bai Yao. Giant and Lin and Lan Xiaoni are very close friends, so the Spirit Fish clan definitely won't take revenge on the White Fox tribe. The scene on the ground was of a rising sun on the surface of the sea, and Lin and the mermaid princess were bathed in the radiance as they embraced each other. The scene was meaningful and beautiful, and Lin, the clown, Bai Yao, and Lin silently made his way over to Tina. Little Na, what are you doing? A dainty smile appeared on Tina's face. Bai Yao was still worried that you were just trying to comfort her, so I brought out this photographic image to prove that you really do have a good relationship with the Spirit Fish clan. What do you think? Clever, right? And Lin accepted the photographic crystal with a smile. Very clever indeed. You're the best, little Na. Tina was a little happy to receive praise from Lin. Bai Yao's heart surged with emotions. Their friendly relationship had indeed been verified. But why did she feel like she had discovered something even more extraordinary? Boom! The image recording crystal suddenly exploded and turned into dust. Ah, this crystal is so fragile. I accidentally broke it. A forlorn expression appeared on Lin's face. Sorry, little Na. The clown, Bai Yao, the jade bone immortal bug. Was he trying to destroy the evidence? That had to be it. If he accidentally broke it, it would turn into dust? Even if he was putting on an act, couldn't he at least make it a little more realistic? Tina's eyes widened with an aggrieved expression. Ah, this photographic crystal is broken. How am I supposed to explain this to little Tian? Oh, little Tian was involved as well? And Lin's expression hardened. He only asked me to take some pictures of you interacting with other members of the opposite sex. That's quite a strange hobby. If it weren't for the fact that he begged me, I wouldn't have agreed to help. Tina seemed to be a little distressed. I see. And Lin chuckled. She was an instigator. He actually knew what that meant. Little Na, you don't have to worry about little Tian. I'll go talk to him for you. And Lin chuckled. The clown swallowed. He could see killing intent in Lin's eyes. Bai Yao tugged on the clown's fur and transmitted her voice to him. Don't say anything stupid. We have to keep a low profile. Perhaps Lin and Lan Xiaoni are just friends? A thoughtful expression appeared on the clown's face. So Lan Xiaoni is a good friend who listens to everything Big Brother says? Bai Yao, crap. Why did it seem like things were getting more and more exciting? And Lin paused for a moment before providing an explanation. Lan Xiaoni and I are just friends. I'm a big brother, and she's a little brother. The clown and Bai Yao nodded in unison. I trust you, big brother. The clown said with a serious expression. I also trust you, sect leader Lin. Bai Yao said with a serious expression. Little Na can also prove this. Tina raised her hand, and Lin rolled his eyes. I don't need you to prove this. Thus, everyone returned to the main pavilion of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. By the way, where is Bai Ling? I need to talk to her about something, and Lin asked. Pavilion, Lord Bai has been staying in the small Phoenix world for the past few days, the clown replied. Is she immersed in her research again? And Lin was a little speechless. What has she been up to recently? I feel like she's become a tech-obsessed nerd. A resigned smile appeared on the clown's face. We don't know about that. Pavilion Lord Bai only listens to you, big brother, so we don't have a chance to ask her what she's up to. Even if we did, we probably wouldn't be able to understand what she's saying. And Lin smiled upon hearing this. Do you think I can understand what she's saying just because you guys can't understand it? After spending so much time with Bai Ling, the theories and terms that popped out of her mouth from time to time left Lin dumbstruck. He felt like an uncivilized gorilla that had been dealt a heavy blow. By the way, big brother, and why are you looking for Pavilion Lord Bai? The clown asked. I want her to repair my boat, and Lin replied. The clown was confused. Repair your boat? That's right, I want to repair a large boat. And Lin smiled. A large boat? And Lin, why are you repairing a large boat? How big is it? Bai Yao asked. And Lin drew an oval with his hand. About 50 kilometers in length. The clown, Bai Yao, the two of them were astonished again. That's right. The boat that Lin wanted Bai Ling to repair was the future strategic weapon of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, the Starfire battleship. Chapter 1084. Within the 4-9 Immortal Sect, Mystic Realm, within the Phoenix Small World, and Lin found Bai Ling, who was sitting in the villa atop the mountain. She sipped on some tea while performing calculations on a holographic projection. Oh, Pavilion Lord Bai, you sure live a good life. And Lin arrived atop his brick, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight of Bai Ling. Bai Ling shot a glance at Lin before taking another sip of tea. I'm working, she said in a lazy voice. Do you need something? And Lin discovered that extremely tiny particles of light were flashing incessantly in Bai Ling's eyes, which represented a vast amount of information and data. Bai Ling possessed near-invincible analytical and calculating abilities, so complex calculations were a piece of cake for her. She didn't need any large-scale equipment to assist her. As for experiments, she could simulate them in her mind. This meant that she was a massive laboratory and she could work wherever she went. Of course I have something to do. I wouldn't come and disturb your work if I didn't have something to do, and Lin replied with a buoyant smile. What is it? Bai Ling withdrew her gaze from the projection of light before turning to Lin with a curious expression. And Lin scratched his head. I want you to repair my ship. Bai Ling. Go find a shipwright. Don't bother me. She was extremely enraged. Did he really think she was a laborer who did everything? The problem is that this isn't an ordinary ship. It's a battleship. How about I release the battleship for you to see? And Lin released a blue ball of light, which hovered in midair. Bai Ling was initially quite annoyed, but her pupils contracted drastically at the sight of the ball of light. What a superb spatial manipulation technique! This spatial manipulation technique is flawless, and it's like a work of art. And Lin gave her a thumbs up. You know your stuff. That was created by the heavenly sea god himself, so it was naturally flawless. Bai Ling's interest was piqued. How big is your battleship? I'll make some space for you first. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before replying. It's about 50 kilometers long, 15 kilometers wide, and over 40 kilometers tall. Bai Ling's lips twitched slightly. It's a little ridiculous. Are you trying to squeeze my small world to death? Where did you get such a big ship? I picked it up from the ancient tomb at the bottom of the sea. And Lin's expression was calm. Bai Ling rolled her eyes. Stop pretending. Your eyes betray your smugness. And Lin felt a little awkward. At this moment, Bai Ling had already waved a hand to catch the blue ball of light. She then opened her other hand, upon which 2 black and white orbs appeared. World Authority, activate. Rumble. The sky exploded and the earth trembled. Right in front of the giant mountain, countless plants and spirit beasts began to shift. Some of the mountains and rivers also began to shift and change. It was as if an invisible hand had pushed them away and flattened them. Not long after, a vast and spacious area appeared in the Phoenix small world. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder when he saw this. This kind of power that can control the world in one's hands and change it according to one's will. I also want to try it. A faint smile appeared on her face. Do you want to play? I can transfer the authority over this world to you. And Lin was extremely excited. Really? Bai Ling nodded. Of course. However, the prerequisite is that you have to progress to the return to void final stage first. Without attaining the power of the divine Tao, you won't be able to control the small world. And Lin, how long will that take? For others, it might be very difficult to see that day come. Bai Ling looked deeply into Lin's eyes before speaking in a gentle yet firm voice. But for you, I believe that day won't be too far away. And Lin was a little flattered. It looked like this big sister had a lot of faith in him. Bai Ling unleashed a spell technique to activate the blue spatial ball of light before tossing it toward the spacious area. All of a sudden, boundless light enshrouded the entire heaven and earth. Boom! The earth tremored violently as gale-force winds swept for over 50 kilometers. A gargantuan object suddenly appeared, obscuring heaven and earth with no end in sight. An inky black cannon barrel, dark green alloy armor, and the might of an ancient giant beast were all indicative of just how extraordinary this battleship was. So the battleship you were talking about really is this big? Bai Ling stared at the Starfire battleship with a slightly dazed expression. Wait, why do I feel like this battleship is a little familiar? Bai Ling's brows furrowed slightly. It's the Starfire battleship of the Spirit Fish clan, and Lin explained. Bai Ling took a deep breath as she stared intently at Lin. The Starfire battleship. This is a battleship constructed from the combination of the divine Tao and the most advanced technology. You even managed to obtain such a strategic weapon? It's now a strategic weapon of our 4-9 immortal sect. A confident smile appeared on Lin's face. Bai Ling couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lin. A weapon of the Starfire battleship's caliber was even more valuable than a divine tool. And Lin's current power level wasn't actually all that powerful. But he had managed to obtain such an opportunity. Perhaps I really didn't choose the wrong person. A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face, and it was as if all the snow and ice had melted away. It was a delightful sight to behold. You asked me to repair this battleship. Looks like you have some foresight. Countless specks of light flashed through the woman's eyes as the air in the sky surged like clouds, gently caressing the massive battleship. The armored hull has been severely damaged, the propulsion control room has been destroyed, and the divine Tao crystal's intent enhancement space has been destroyed. This level of damage is extremely difficult to repair. There's probably no better repairman than me on this entire continent. Furthermore, with this purple star small world, I can use the power of this world to repair the battleship, so I'll be able to speed up the repair process significantly, Bai Ling said with a confident expression. She closed her eyes as she spoke and began to perform some calculations. and Lin also waited patiently beside her. Not long after that, Bai Ling opened her eyes with a smile. I've done the calculations. The total repair cost is about 100 million spirit stones. This is the list of resources that we need to purchase. Boom! 100 million spirit stones. This astronomical repair cost struck Enlin like a bolt of divine lightning, and it rang incessantly in his head. Enlin accepted the list with a blank expression and fell silent. Our sect only has 50 million spirit stones in circulation. What do we do with this money? He asked with difficulty. Bai Ling waved a hand in a domineering manner. I don't care what you do with this money. That's the sect leader's concern. Repair it if you want. And Lin felt a headache coming on. Give up? No. This Starfire battleship was even more valuable than a divine tool, so he definitely couldn't give it up. It was best to complete something as good as this as soon as possible. And Lin took a deep breath. All right, leave it to me. A gratified smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. This was the responsibility that a sect leader should bear. Only this kind of training would allow him to grow even faster, right? Come with me, Bai Ling. Let's gather our teammates and discuss how we're going to solve this problem. And Lin was full of fighting spirit. There's strength in numbers, Bai Ling. The gratification he felt just now instantly vanished. Chapter 1085. Within the 4-9 Immortal Sect Conference Chamber. And Lin, Tina, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, as well as Xiao Zhe, Xiao Chou, Lu Qianhuan, Bryce, Bai Ling, and the White Scale Wolf God were all gathered here. And Lin recounted the events of the West Sea and described the power of the Starfire battleship in detail. Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon seeing the gargantuan Starfire battleship in the small world of the Phoenix. A battleship with no end in sight was simply too astonishing. With this Starfire battleship, our sect will have another Dao integration stage super mighty figure. And Lin interlaced his fingers as he spoke in a cold voice. Everyone let loose another cry of surprise, which was immediately followed by ecstasy. My God, Master is so mighty. Doesn't that mean our sect is going to be even more bad *SS than the 9 Imperials? The White Scale Wolf God spoke with a scorching light in his eyes. And Lin, you really are something else. You brought back an invincible battleship from a trip to the tomb. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes lit up as she stared at the battleship with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Such a massive battleship. She really wanted to go and pilot it. That battleship seems to be a little damaged. Xiao Zhe spoke slowly as he looked at the projection, and Lin replied with a smile. That's exactly what I wanted to tell everyone. This battleship has sustained quite a bit of damage, and the repair fees will be around 100 million spirit stones. Gasp! This astronomical repair fee instantly silenced the lively atmosphere in the conference chamber. However, everyone present had been through a lot, and they quickly calmed down. Money. This was the main problem they had to solve. 100 million spirit stones. Our sect only has 50 million spirit stones in circulation. Even if we use all of it, we're still short of 50 million spirit stones. Xiao Zhe's brows furrowed. Tina chimed in, there's a spirit stone mine in the Flying Ball tribe's territory. If we overmine it, we can solve this problem. And Lin shook his head and immediately rejected this idea. If we overmine the mine, the spirit stone mine will collapse. When that time comes, the mine will really be finished. That mine is the economic lifeline of our sect. We can't make such a decision unless we're in a dire situation. Lu Qianhuan nodded in agreement with Lin's words. She pondered for a moment, and her purple eyes suddenly lit up. I have a good idea. Everyone turned to look at Lu Qianhuan. A smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face as she turned toward Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou, your wedding with Bai Yao was held at your in-laws' place, and it was disrupted by the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan. How about we hold a wedding at the 4-9 Immortal sect as well? At the same time, we can also satisfy the regrets of the sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States that they didn't have time to offer their blessings. All the higher-ups in the conference room sucked in a breath of cold air, and Lin couldn't help but clap his hands. Wonderful. I almost forgot about it. Of course, this is a joyous occasion. Bryce shook his oily green head. I agree with this wedding. Xiaoza was also excited. I also agree to this marriage. I totally agree. +1. Bai Ling's face convulsed slightly. As expected, this sect couldn't think of a normal way to make money. What was she hoping for? All of the higher-ups turned to look at Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou slapped the table. I'm definitely holding this wedding. A burst of elated cheers erupted throughout the conference room. Everyone knew that there would be another wave of cash coming in soon. The plan to benefit the sect through the wedding was settled. Bai Ling hesitated momentarily before speaking, but we still have a funding gap of at least 50 million spirit stones. You won't be able to raise that many spirit stones for a wedding like this, right? You have to realize that we only raised just over 30 million spirit stones for our sect founding ceremony. Big Sister Bai, this is different. And Lin smiled and said, our sect status is actually very different from how it was in the past. Just my title as the Lord of Transcendence and our recent victory over the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas have elevated the 4-9 immortal sect's status to a whole new level. Aside from that, there are also the living beings of the West Sea. There will definitely be more powers that want to establish good relations with us than last time. Hence, I feel like the 4-9 immortal sect's second celebration is definitely going to receive a lot of congratulatory gifts. And Lin's words inspired many people in the conference room. If we really need money, I'll borrow some from the Dragon Court, and Lin said with a buoyant smile. Bai Ling. Everyone. They felt sorry for the Dragon Court of the East Sea for a second. Thus the matter was settled. Xiao Chou's wedding would be held at the 4-9 immortal sect in 25 days. This news was announced to the entire Kingdom of the Nine States. And Lin even transmitted his voice to Lin Junjun, asking her to contact the Heavenly Court and spread this news throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. He was waiting for the situation to develop, and Lin, who had skipped 2 months of classes, returned to school. The candlelight flickered within his dorm room. And Lin, tell me the truth. What did you do in the West Sea? Su Xiaolan placed her hands on her slender waist and huffed with rage. She had heard some rumors that Lin was on very good terms with the mermaid princess. Xiaolan, let me explain. And Lin spoke in a panicked voice. He began to recount his experiences in the West Sea, trying to be as honest as possible. The night was long, and so was the story. Su Xiaolan listened very intently, and her eyes glowed with a jade-like sheen as the faint candlelight shone on her snowy white skin. She would occasionally ask some important questions, and Lin would answer all of them with honesty and sincerity. After recounting the story, Su Xiaolan fell into deep thought. You didn't do anything wrong, but I still don't understand why she risked her life to save you. Su Xiaolan pouted slightly. She's just a simple-minded girl. She risked her life to save Chun Nan, who she barely had any interaction with, let alone a good person like me. And Lin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders upon seeing Xiaolan's expression. The poor Chin Nan had once again become Lin's protective talisman. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. That makes sense. She stroked her storage ring, and a small mountain of vital stones fell to the ground in a flash of light. Here, this is all the vital stones I've earned in the past month. There's a total of 610, and Lin's eyes lit up. Xiaolan is the best. I love you to death. Thus, his total net worth had exceeded 86 million. He happily put away the primeval stones, and the smile on his face could not be hidden no matter what. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at the sight of Lin's money-grubber expression. You love spirit stones. Don't drag me into this. And Lin came to his senses and immediately grabbed onto Su Xiaolan's slender hand with a serious expression. Xiaolan, I've actually prepared a surprise for you. Chapter 1086. And Lin smiled. This is no ordinary turtle shell. It's called the Heavenly Star Dark Shell, and it's a present from Guyu. It can be activated 3 times in total, and each time it's activated, it can defend against a Dao integration stage Mighty Figure's attack for 10 minutes. As he strolled through the campus at night, he would always encounter a few students who had mustered up the courage to come up to him. Su Xiaolan struggled for a while, but she couldn't resist Lin's forcefulness in the end, and in the end, she gave in slap. And Lin was very angry, and he decided to find an opportunity to go to the Ziwei Imperial Pavilion in the Celestial Court and demand justice. Thus, Lin forced Shui Zhantian to sleep with him for another night. Nice use of antonyms, and Lin praised with elation. He was in an even better mood after the beating, and Lin was also looking forward to his wedding. What was worth mentioning was that senior student Tang Shimin finally progressed to the half-step soul formation stage on the eve of his graduation. He passed the 80th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower and was accepted into the University Hall of Fame after reaching the 80th level. And Lin, who had been skipping classes for a long time, appeared on the campus again. What surprise! His appearance was always able to attract countless gazes, just as Su Xiaolan's imagination was running wild. Su Xiaolan's heart jolted, and her eyes shimmered with tears. I feel the same way, so you can keep this turtle shell. I just want a simpler present. However, her flawless cheeks were flushed, and her heart rate was also accelerating for some reason. And Lin replied with an "oh" before ravaging Shui Zhantian again. This was a bit of a pity. Your beauty has already disregarded jewelry. A beautiful tortoiseshell is just the icing on the cake, and an ugly tortoiseshell is just a contrast to your beauty. In any case, it's all very beautiful. And Lin caressed Su Xiaolan's face and said softly, that's not up to you. Wait until you're stronger than me, and your defense is stronger than mine. Then you can say this to me. Now you'd better listen to me. And Lin revealed a rare domineering aura as he forcefully put on the heavenly astral dark armor for Su Xiaolan. She knew that there were many beautiful things in the West Ocean, such as pearl necklaces and coral rings. The colors and luster of these items were dreamy and beautiful, and it was very tempting to look at them. And Lin, with a thunderous sound, Lin was sent flying hundreds of meters by Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan's eyes glazed over as she stared at the seductive Lin. The most bad *SS was Su Xiaolan. Due to the fact that she had reforged her Dao foundation and absorbed the essential true blood of the vermilion bird, her cultivation base had progressed at a rapid rate, and she was already at the soul formation final stage when she participated in the trial. 1 minute later, after all, it was all about money. Su Xiaolan blushed as her hands were suddenly grabbed by Lin's, and she spoke in a gentle voice. The next day, you're an emperor. Can't you be a little more magnanimous? As the #1 star of the university, and Lin was the true sword immortal. Wah. Master, you're insane, unreasonable, and unreasonable. Shui Zhantian curled his round body into a ball as he complained about Lin's crimes. The undefeated war god Xingtian had been tragically defeated by Lin and Su Xiaolan in quick succession. No one knew what he was feeling right now. Shameless. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. What if I defeat him? Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyun had progressed to the soul formation stage, so they had also progressed past the 90th level. However, they were stopped at the 97th and 96th levels. Everyone was happy for Tang Shimin that salted fish had finally made a comeback, and Lin was extremely excited. I'll reward you with a smack. However, that didn't matter. He had already passed the trial anyway, so there was no challenge in going there. He was just going to bash a bunch of seniors there. Su Xiaolan's mouth gaped open with incredulity etched on her face. That's right, he was planning to give this life-saving divine tool to Xiaolan. Xiaolan had told Lin that she was definitely going to fight Emperor Ziwei during the 5th year of university next year. Could you imagine the despair of having your classroom blocked off during recess? This is for you. He then opened his system and looked at the god of war heaven blasting cannon mission. Emperor Ziwei still occupied a spot on the list of missions to make 10 mighty figures of the return to Void Stage or above hate you with all their might. In any case, this promise was probably off the table. That guy owed him an inheritance, and he hadn't returned it yet? No, I can't accept this kind of treasure. What are you going to do if I accept it? Su Xiaolan pushed the tortoiseshell toward Lin with an extremely firm expression. You King pervert. Su Xiaolan. The inky black tortoiseshell clung tightly to her snowy white skin like a pendant, and the combination of the two vibrant colors created a sense of beauty. When Lin was sent flying by Su Xiaolan's slap, he was thinking about Emperor Ziwei. She didn't think that Lin would lie to her about this, so she was telling the truth. And Lin pulled out an inky black tortoiseshell. Unfortunately, Xiaolan had only just defeated Xing Tian and received an inheritance of the Tao of Slaughter before fainting from exhaustion. She was unable to ascend to the 100th level, as everyone was anticipating. With the help of the celestial court, the wedding's influence on the continent continued to grow. There were all sorts of seductive versions of love that broke all conventions, diamond love that transcended common sense, extraordinary love that could awaken one's Tao heart, and so on. This was especially true for some of the juniors of the lower grades. They worshipped this mysterious and powerful senior to the point of fanaticism. Legends of Lin were circulating throughout the school. The days passed by peacefully. During this trial, she made it all the way to the 99th level and even defeated war god Xing Tian. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen a boyfriend give his girlfriend a tortoiseshell, and he still has the cheek to praise it for being beautiful. Shui Zhantian. And Lin gave Xiaolan a thumbs up in encouragement. Go, Xiaolan. If you encounter Emperor Ziwei, beat him up and avenge me. You'll get a kiss for every punch you punch him, and you'll get 2 kisses for every punch you punch him. Gradually, this wedding was becoming a grand occasion even in the eyes of the entire continent. Wah, Master is kind, gentle, and persuasive. Shui Zhantian's body was red and swollen as tears streamed down his face. Due to his truancy, and Lin missed the Immortal Spirit Tower trial. And Lin made his way out of his dorm room, humming a little tune as he was in a very good mood. However, the 4th year end-of-year exams arrived before the wedding. He returned to his dorm room and gave Shui Zhantian a merciless beating. It was just a beating, so why did he have to remember it for so long? Their lips touched in an extremely seductive manner. The 4-9 Immortal sect was counting on these gifts to survive. This was a serious job, and it couldn't be sloppy. He, Su Xiaolan, and the others had to travel to the dark marshlands again. Your surprise is to give me a tortoiseshell. Su Xiaolan's flesh crawled as her fantasies were shattered. Oh no, it should be. Lin laid his head on Shui Zhantian's head and fell into a deep sleep. Life passed by very quickly, and it was already the end-of-year exams. And Lin spoke with a matter-of-fact expression. I don't want you to be hurt more than myself. The mailbox in the attic was full every day. It was filled with pink letters. Xiao Chao's wedding was imminent, and everyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect was busy preparing for the extravagant wedding. The most important thing was to invite as many mighty figures as possible. Chapter 1087. Within Lin's status, he could choose not to go to the end-of-term examinations. However, he didn't want to be treated differently, so he decided to go and protect his friends and classmates. The dark marshlands was not a place to play. Danger could erupt at any moment, and there were actually many students and teachers who had died on this battlefield. Even though the cruel battles could help students become more powerful quickly, and Lin still decided to go and try his best to help the students who were in danger. in the southwest region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, Gem State, on top of Lincoln City, a grand city. This was one of the cities where the Blood Tribe had fought the most ferociously. To the west was a vast expanse of black earth with a faint aura of death and corrosion lingering in the air. There were several thousand soldiers stationed on the city wall, which was over 100 meters tall. There were long-range attackers, scouts, cannons, melee guards. All types of powerful soldiers were present, forming an impenetrable fortress. The flying sword god was instructing Enlin with a serious expression on his face. Classmate Enlin, don't forget to be too arrogant. After all, Emperor Deng is most likely already suspecting you of Leiden's death. Don't worry, I know that. I'll just be idling here and won't cause any trouble. Enlin nodded with a smile. The flying sword god heaved a resigned sigh upon seeing Enlin's expression. All right, you have to ensure your own safety. Your presence is very important to the Celestial Court. What else could Enlin say after receiving such special attention from his homeroom teacher? He could only agree obediently. The flying sword god didn't dare to cause any trouble with his classmates this time. Last time, he and his classmates had swept through a dozen or so Blood Tribe cities and accidentally allowed Enlin to kill a return to Void Stage mighty figure. Not only that, but they had also drawn out a top-rate mighty figure like Leiden that had scared the living daylights out of them. Right now, Emperor Deng was definitely still furious. Who the F***CK would dare to sweep through a Blood Tribe city? It was best for them to play it safe. The flying sword god left after instructing Enlin. Enlin stretched lazily before riding on Debai's back to relieve his boredom. I wonder how Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias are doing. They said they're going into seclusion, but they're not going to go into seclusion for 100 years, right? Enlin heaved a forlorn sigh as he looked at the dark marshlands in the distance. For return to Void Stage, mighty figures with extremely long lifespans, going into seclusion for over 100 years was a very normal thing. He had even heard of those who had gone into seclusion for over 10,000 years. That won't happen, big brotherin. They really want your blood, so they won't be able to hold back for that long. Woof, Debai said. Although he didn't want to admit it, Debai's words really did make King sense. Big brotherin, do you think the Blood Tribe Emperors would explode if the 3 Blood Tribe holy disciples suddenly betrayed the 4-9 Immortal sect? Woof. Debai's worries were always very special, but they were also quite realistic. I think so. And Lin thought for a moment before continuing with a smile. That's why the Starfire battleship has to be built as soon as possible. Only then can it provide a warm and safe harbor for my lovely servant. Debai. Big brotherin, I feel like you're becoming more and more like a big shot. Woof. Is that so? Perhaps it's because I flexed in front of a bunch of Return to Void Stage and Tao Integration Stage mighty figures? And Lin speculated. Debai. You're just being pretentious. Woof. And Lin felt a little helpless. Could it be that he had already lost the upper hand? A man and a dog walked around the top of the city wall. After circling around, they still didn't find anything unusual. Big brotherin, I'm so bored, Woof. Debai sighed, and Lin lay on Debai's back and suddenly looked at the black continent in the distance. He waved his hand, and the wind and clouds rolled. What is it, big brotherin? Woof? Debai detected Lin's strange behavior. Nothing. And Lin continued to lie on Debai's back with his eyes narrowed in a leisurely manner. Meanwhile, on a black mountain over 10 kilometers away from Lincoln City, the terrain here was extremely rugged, and there were huge boulders everywhere. Master Du Lu, the defensive map of Lincoln City is here. I've drawn up the terrain as well as the distribution of forces on the city wall. A thin man with gray hair and a pair of bloodthirsty eyes chuckled. He respectfully handed over a piece of yellow paper to the muscular man in front of him, who was as big as a hill. The burly man accepted the map and used a spell technique to scan the city wall in the distance. Master Dulu, I have one more thing to add. The students of the Celestial Court also arrived today, and there are a total of 100 of them, the thin man said. They're just a bunch of Tao body stage cultivators. There's only 1 or 2 spirit nurturing stage trash among them, so there's nothing to worry about. As for the soul formation stage teachers, I'll take care of them. Kill as many people as you can and drink as much blood as you can. Dulu chuckled coldly. Yes. The man bowed respectfully. He knew that this burly man before him was a powerful being who possessed the power of a city lord. Furthermore, he was a soul formation final stage, super powerful being who had been appointed by the higher-ups. Dulu's appearance would definitely transform Lincoln City into a paradise that could nourish their flesh and blood. Not only are there soldiers, but there are also fresh students as well. What a pleasant surprise! I heard that all of the students of the Celestial Court are prodigies with exceptional aptitude. I finally have a chance to taste them. A sinister smile appeared on Dulu's face as he stuck out his long, crimson tongue. The thin man was also extremely excited with a fawning smile on his face. He could already envision the exciting and beautiful future that awaited him. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless mighty force descended from the sky. The invisible power crashed down upon Dulu's burly body, flattening him into the ground. The sound of flesh and bone cracking rang out. Dulu's burly body was reduced to a thin sheet of paper as his flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone instantly fell silent. Master Dulu? The thin man stared at the burly man before him with a blank expression. Everything was completely silent. The burly man had already lost all signs of life. The thin man was completely dumbstruck. He had brought Dulu here to survey the terrain, but he had been slapped to death without uttering a single word. Dulu was a soul formation, final stage blood, tribe, powerful being. He didn't even have a chance to cry out before he was slapped to death? Just what kind of power was this? The thin man looked up at the majestic city in the distance, and in that instant, a sense of horror washed over him like a tidal wave. He let loose a shrill cry before fleeing into the distance in a frenzy, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. On the city wall of Lincoln City, the flying sword god, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Chenyin all turned toward Dulu. Dabai also seemed to have sensed something, and he turned toward a certain black mountain in the distance to detect energy fluctuations there. What happened over there, big brother-in? Woof! Dabai asked with a curious expression, and Lin was still lying on Dabai's back with his eyes narrowed as he looked up at the clouds in the blue sky. Nothing much. I just slapped a mosquito to death. Chapter 1088. Something very strange had happened in Lincoln City. The Blood Tribe army stationed near Lincoln City had silently retreated by 5 kilometers. They couldn't even see their shadows in the first place. Now, they couldn't even see them with binoculars. Why were they suddenly so terrified? The soldiers guarding the city were all dumbfounded. In the beginning, some of the strategists thought that this was a strategic retreat by the Blood Tribe. However, the Blood Tribe, who usually sent scouts to harass them every 3 days, had now holed up in a certain base for several days in a row. The students were originally here for the end-of-term examination, but now they were all like salted fish. They couldn't even fight a single scout, and all of them were living with 0 merits. Finally, General Wang Junming couldn't sit still any longer. He said to the soldiers, "There must be a reason behind this. The Blood Tribe has been behaving too strangely these past few days. They must be plotting something big. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We should take the initiative to attack and ruin their plans." Just like that, 2,000 soldiers and 100 students began to aggressively charge toward the Blood Tribe army 50 kilometers away. "General Tyren, the Lincoln City army is charging toward us," a Blood Tribe scout anxiously reported. "What?" A thin Blood Tribe male with gray hair abruptly stood up. Tyren was the blood tribe powerful being who had witnessed Duru being mysteriously slapped to death with a single palm strike. I've already given in so much, so why are they still chasing after us? Tyren gritted his teeth as his eyes flashed incessantly. No, if that powerful being is really here, why would they need to expend so much effort to attack us? That powerful being must have just happened to pass by Lincoln City and killed Duru in passing. There's no way he would be so bored as to mix with this army. Tyren quickly analyzed an exciting fact. He raised his arms and yelled, "Kids, after so many days of holding back, it's time to eat." The blood tribe soldiers all cheered in unison. They had been holding back for so many days and were about to throw up from drinking blood packets. Now they could finally eat fresh blood essence. Just like that, over 1,000 blood tribe soldiers charged toward the human soldiers under General Tyren's leadership. The two armies finally clashed head-on. However, it was also at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Golden explosions engulfed the entire area. Even the earth tremored from the explosions. 3 seconds later, Tyren lay in a pool of blood, his entire body charred black. His lips trembled as he muttered, "How is this possible?" The 2,000 human soldiers also murmured to themselves, "How could this be?" More than 1,000 blood tribe soldiers had been blasted beyond recognition. They lay on the ground, their vitality severed, and their faces were filled with confusion and pain. The students silently turned their gazes to one of the men, their class monitor. Xianyuan Cheng raised his hands and said guiltily, "I'm sorry. I can't control my strength well when I'm agitated, and I accidentally killed them all. It's my fault that you guys didn't have the chance to train." The flying sword god was furious. "You were wrong this time. Let me add one more point when dealing with such trash in the future." He pointed at Su Xiaolan and Lin and Su Qinyan and said, "Can the three of you not make a move? Please give the other students a chance." The students nodded in agreement. Teardrops rolled down Tyren's cheeks when he heard this. There were 3 more freaks who could kill the entire blood tribe army in one move? What kind of bad luck was this? Why were these big shots playing house with a bunch of soldiers? Were they that bored? Just as Tyren was on the verge of breaking down, a dog's head appeared in his field of vision. The dog's round eyes were wide open, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on its face. "There's still one alive? I'm going to finish you off, Woof." A silvery white blade of wind tore through the air, and the severely injured Tyren was completely unable to dodge it. That peerlessly powerful blade of wind became the last glimmer of light he saw in his life. In the final moments of his life, Tyren came to the tragic realization that he couldn't even defeat this dog in his best condition. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere, and a head was separated from his body. The blood tribe army that had been eyeing Lincoln City was completely annihilated. The soldiers guarding the city began to retreat, and all of them wore blank expressions on their faces. So, what on earth had they come out to do this time? At this moment, General Wang Junming stepped forward and said excitedly, "Everyone, just treat this as a long-distance training trip. We've gained quite a lot. Soldier morale, +1, +1, +1, +1. In any case, Lincoln City had achieved a complete victory in this battle." Wang Junming and the flying sword god stood atop the city wall and gazed at the boundless dark marshlands in the distance. The sun was setting in the west, and the dark yellow hue of the setting sun added a sense of tragedy and desolation to this pitch-black land. After witnessing the strength of Xianyuan Cheng and the others, Wang Junming finally couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, your students are so powerful. Why didn't they just wipe out all the surrounding blood tribe forces?" "Because there are enemies more powerful than us." The flying sword god still didn't want to stand out too much. "Enemies more powerful than you?" Wang Junming came to a sudden realization. Are you afraid of the counterattack of the return to Void Stage Blood Tribe Lords? No, I'm afraid of Emperor Yideng's counterattack, the Flying Sword God said solemnly. Wang Junming. Emperor Yideng was a legendary, powerful being of the Blood Tribe. If he really did make a move, he would probably target an entire tribe or region. Why would he come to a mere city to wreak havoc? Isn't fellow Taoist Ling Xiao overthinking things? Wang Junming was thinking this, but he wasn't going to say it out loud. Right at this moment, Xian Yuan Cheng made his way over to the Flying Sword God with a conflicted expression. Teacher, there's something I want to tell you. Student Xian Yuan, just tell me what you want to say. There's no need to be so reserved. A warm smile appeared on the Flying Sword God's face. Student and Lin has left this city. He said he's going to find a few return to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators and tell us not to worry about him. Xian Yuan Cheng said with difficulty. The smile on the Flying Sword God's face gradually disappeared. Didn't you say you wouldn't cause any trouble? He said he's going to hide his identity, and he left Tina with us as a backup. He told us not to worry, Xian Yuan Cheng said with resignation. The Flying Sword God massaged his brows. What's he trying to do? He said he needs to enrage a return to Void Stage mighty figure to practice a cultivation method or something. Xian Yuan Cheng hesitated momentarily before spitting out this ridiculous excuse. The Flying Sword God. Enrage a return to Void Stage mighty figure to obtain a cultivation method? What kind of F***king excuse was that? However, what the homeroom teacher didn't expect was that all of this was true, and Lin was bored out of his mind, and he looked at his system again. He was then shocked to find that the progress of the heaven-blasting cannon of war mission was showing signs of regressing again. There were less than 10 people left for the mission. Make 10 mighty figures above the return to Void Stage like him. Most of these mighty figures had taken a liking to Enlin because of his cooking. Ever since Enlin abandoned his cooking skills and didn't cook for them for 2 months, Su Xiaolan had slowly replaced Enlin's position and transferred this liking to him. That's right, his love had been snatched away by Su Xiaolan. The heaven-blasting cannon of war mission was facing a grave crisis. In order to obtain the heaven-blasting cannon of war spell technique as soon as possible, Enlin decided to enrage the 10 return to Void Stage mighty figures as quickly as possible. Currently, there were only 6 people left for the mission. Make 10 mighty figures above the return to Void Stage hate me. In other words, he still had to fight for return to Void Stage mighty figures. Chapter 1089. The God of War Heaven Blasting Cannon sounded like an extremely bad *SS spell technique, and Lin felt like it was better to obtain it as soon as possible. In order to not attract Emperor Yideng's attention, he would also choose to conceal his identity. In any case, as long as the other party hated him, there was no need to know his identity. All they had to do was interact with him face to face. There was still a lot of room for manipulation, and Lin left Tina and Dubai on the city wall as a precautionary measure. Then he excitedly went to find enemies to vent his anger on. Su Xiaolan wanted to go with Enlin. She had heard about Enlin's tragic fate and felt that she was partly to blame. Thus, she volunteered to go with him. Xiaolan, why don't you not go? It's not safe enough, Enlin said. You can say that when your defenses are stronger than mine. Su Xiaolan held the tortoiseshell in front of her chest and raised her proud little face. And Lin, he really didn't expect that he would be the target of someone else's retaliation. All right, then let's go fight the Blood Tribe together. Don't get too carried away, Enlin reminded. You're the one who shouldn't get too carried away. Su Xiaolan rebuked. Then she added, for safety's sake, let's only attack supreme beings of the return to Void initial stage. That way, it'll be easier to escape. I think so too. And Lin nodded in agreement. He wasn't going to kill the Blood Tribe now. He was only going to complete that system mission. After completing it, he would run away. According to the information I've received, the closest return to Void Stage Supreme, being to Lincoln City, is the territory of the Bone Demon Blood Sect. The ancestor of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, Bulk, seems to be a supreme being of the return to Void Initial Stage. Before setting off, Su Xiaolan had requested a map of the Blood Tribe's territory from the Executive Department of the Celestial Court. All right, it'll be him then. Apart from super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage, and Lin had never been afraid of anyone. He could pick any opponent he wanted. The two of them quickly traveled toward the west. At this moment, night fell and the bright moon hung in the sky, in an area filled with white bones. The blood-red plant swayed in the wind, dripping a few drops of saliva from time to time. There were all kinds of pitch-black creatures breeding here. They were like masses of wriggling shadows. Most of them had sharp mouth parts, and they liked to suck all kinds of blood and life essence. Inside the incomparably huge skeleton, there were countless blood-sucking worms feeding on the bone marrow inside. The corrosive nature of the dark marshlands gave the creatures here thick skin, and their colors were all dark, so they definitely didn't look beautiful. On a tall mountain covered with bright red, flesh-like plants, there was an incomparably huge skull of the bone demon standing at the top of the mountain. It was as if the mountain had an extra skull, and it looked very strange. This place was actually the Bone Demon Blood Sect's base. At night, the Bone Demon Blood Sect was holding a blood feast. Nighttime was the time when the vampires rejoiced. Two figures streaked across the sky, not even stirring up a breeze. And Lin relied on his extremely powerful divine sense to conceal himself and prevent detection. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan had put on the illusionary star robe that Lin had given her. Her petite figure seemed to carry with it a sky full of starlight, and she seemed to be one with the stars in the sky. The robe fused with the environment, and it could conceal one's aura to the greatest extent. It was an excellent stealth effect. And Lin felt that even if the enemy had a return to Void final stage mighty figure, they wouldn't be able to discover them. Inside the bone demon's skull, in an extremely spacious hall, the red carpet was like fire. In the center of the hall, there was a crystal chandelier that looked like a blooming lotus flower, and its dazzling golden light illuminated the entire space. The decorations were extravagant and dazzling. Countless powerful beings of the blood tribe were gathered here. They were either hugging and dancing, or raising their cups in celebration. The young sect leader, Starbucks, was in high spirits as he raised the cup of blood wine in his hand. Today is the 82nd blood-tasting festival of our Bone Demon Blood Sect. We thank the distinguished guests of the Red Snow Sect, the Heavenly Scorpion Sect, and the 32 sects for coming here to celebrate this festival together. Our main event, the blood auction, will be held in 2 hours. I hope everyone has a good time. Saying this, Starbucks emptied the cup of blood wine in his hand. The blood tribe cultivators in the hall all cheered and emptied their cups of blood wine. Starbucks walked off the stage. At this moment, a man with golden pupils and a black robe that concealed his entire face had already walked over. "My disciple," he said in a hoarse voice, "build a good relationship with the 2 sect leaders of the Red Snow Sect and the Heavenly Scorpion Sect, especially the Red Snow Sect." "That's a sect related to the new Holy Disciple," Starbucks nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of this." The person standing before him was the ancestor of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, Lord Burke, who was at the return to Void Initial Stage. What are you two talking about? I just sneezed. I think you guys weren't talking about me just now, right? A beautiful, golden-haired woman dressed in a long red and white robe walked over gracefully. Her face was filled with seduction. She was the sect leader of the Red Snow Sect, Eliza. Starbucks' expression didn't change. He retrieved a glass of red wine from his storage ring and walked toward the woman. Sect leader Eliza's beauty is unparalleled in the 9 southeastern regions. Master, and I naturally couldn't help but sigh in admiration at such a peerless beauty. Eliza accepted the glass of red wine upon hearing this. Won't you blush when you praise me like this? She gazed at Starbucks and took a sip of the red wine. Under the nourishment of the red wine, her lips became even more tender and alluring. Actually, it's very easy to build a good relationship with me, Eliza said in a soft voice. An awkward expression appeared on Starbuck's face. He didn't think that Eliza would overhear their conversation. You just have to give me that item you're auctioning. That way, our relationship will become extremely solid. Even tonight, I can accompany you and make you wish you were dead. As she spoke, Eliza's loose red and white robe slid down unconsciously, revealing her smooth, snow-white shoulders and half of her voluptuous Dubai bunnies. They were even rising and falling along with her breathing. If an ordinary person were to witness such a soul-stirring and alluring scene, they would probably vomit blood. Even Starbucks was momentarily dazed, and his heartbeat quickened. At this moment, the black-robed male appeared beside Starbucks. Sect leader Eliza, there's only one item, he said calmly. Many people from the various sects are also here for that item. For the sake of the sect's reputation, we can't go back on our word. Please forgive us. Eliza looked at the male who had suddenly appeared. She humphed lightly and turned to leave. Starbucks' interruption made her realize that she couldn't trick Starbucks anymore. The festivities continued, and the moment of the much-anticipated auction was about to begin. In a hidden corner, Lin and Su Xiaolan were observing the situation inside. They couldn't help but become excited. We're rich. We're really rich this time. And Lin exclaimed excitedly. He discovered that there were actually 4 supreme beings of the Return to Void stage present. Chapter 1090. I'm just missing 4 Return to Void stage mighty figures who hate me. Now that I've come to the Bone Demon Blood sect, I've already discovered 4 Return to Void stage mighty figures. Could this be the will of the heavens? And Lin's eyes were scorching, and he didn't conceal his excitement at all. Su Xiaolan shrank back beside Lin and reminded him in a low voice, There are 4 Return to Void stage mighty figures. Aren't you worried that it'll be dangerous? There aren't even Return to Void final stage mighty figures. Who can harm me? And Lin smiled confidently. Hearing this, Su Xiaolan didn't try to dissuade him anymore. Instead, she started to analyze the enemy's strength. There were over 1,000 blood tribe cultivators gathered in the hall. Their overall strength was very strong. There were over 200 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, 16 soul formation stage cultivators, and 4 return to void stage cultivators. The new sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, Starbucks, was a newly advanced return to void stage mighty figure. Ancestor Bulk was a return to void initial stage mighty figure. The sect leader of the Heavenly Scorpion sect, Simpson, and the sect leader of the Red Snow sect, Eliza, were returned to void intermediate stage mighty figures. This lineup could be considered the standard of a first-rate sect in the Kingdom of the 9 States. They're probably gathering so many powerful cultivators because they're holding some blood-tasting festival, Su Xiaolan said softly. Also, that auction seems to be very important to them. And Lin's divine sense was more powerful. Thus, he was able to gather more information. He nodded. That's indeed the case. There's something that seems to be very attractive to them. Then, let's wait a little longer. Su Xiaolan surveyed the situation in the hall with great interest. She really wanted to know what it was that could interest the blood tribe expert so much. And Lin also wanted to know what the blood tribe cultivators were going to give him. Why don't we sneak in? With so many sects, we won't be discovered, and Lin suddenly suggested. Our appearances won't do. Su Xiaolan was momentarily dazed. The blood tribe cultivators had more prominent facial features. Moreover, they usually had golden hair and crimson eyes. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were clearly Asian huskies. I have an idea. And Lin stretched out his hands, and a red and blue liquid began to appear. This was the first stage of the divine liquid creation art, the disguise technique. Water was ever-changing, so naturally it could also change some of its attributes. And Lin wouldn't make too many changes. He would just change the color of his hair and eyes, and slightly modify the outline of his face to make it look more three-dimensional. Soon, the vampire versions of Enlin and Su Xiaolan were born. Xiaolan, there's something wrong with your temperament. It's too noble and holy. It doesn't match the seductive temperament of a blood tribe woman. This, the blood race, should also have a temperament similar to mine. There are, but it's too rare. Once you appear, you'll definitely stand out. We want to sneak in with a low profile, not attract everyone's attention. Then what should we do? I can't learn to be flirtatious and flirtatious. How about this? Kiss me until you're aroused, and that feeling will come. Rogue. Not long later, two spirit-nurturing stage blood, tribe cultivators, walked into the hall hand in hand. The male was dressed in a white robe, and his footsteps were steady. His crimson eyes shone brightly, and there was a hint of carefreeness in his expression. The female held onto the male's arm, and her wavy golden hair hung down to her waist. There was a hint of red on her intricate and beautiful face, and she appeared quite seductive. The two of them made their way to the banquet table, and they were a little dazed as they stared at the table full of food. That's right, they were the blood tribe versions of Enlin and Su Xiaolan. The food on the table was all types of livers, eyeballs, and liquid essences. They were all beautifully made, and the colors were beautiful, but they were all F*King raw. Furthermore, most of these organs seemed to have been extracted from the bodies of highly intelligent beings. On the table, there were even light winged clans hot and sour wings that had been plucked and cut into pieces. A certain blood tribe male was using a knife and fork to eat with gusto, but Enlin and Su Xiaolan couldn't bring themselves to eat at all. These things were so disgusting that they wanted to puke. Could it be that their persona was about to collapse as soon as they stepped onto the stage? Hey, beautiful lady, may I have the honor of having a drink with you? A handsome man with golden hair walked over with a smile on his face as he looked at Su Xiaolan. There was no helping it. No matter which version of Su Xiaolan she was in, she was always too beautiful. I'm afraid that won't be possible. She's my Dao partner. And Lin wrapped his arm around Su Xiaolan's slender waist with a smile. The handsome man's smile didn't falter, and he pointed at the blood tribe female who was tasting some blood wine nearby. That's my Dao partner. Are you interested in swapping? Not interested, and Lin replied in a cold voice. At the same time, he was secretly accumulating power, ready to kill this man with a single punch. At this moment, a blood tribe male nearby seemed to have heard their conversation, and he walked over before pointing at a female who was dancing with another man with a smile on his face. She's my Dao partner. Are you interested in swapping? The handsome man glanced at the female, and an interested expression appeared on his face as he nodded. Sure. The two of them left together, chatting and laughing with one another, and Lin and Su Xiaolan both drew a sharp intake of breath in unison. How could such a question be asked in public? Were all blood tribe cultivators this open-minded? Or were the blood tribe cultivators gathered here more open-minded? And Lin suddenly felt like his servant, Cassidy, was a pure and untainted lotus flower. She was a little sexy, but she was still quite normal. Su Xiaolan furrowed her brows. This place is so disgusting. It's disgusting in every sense of the word. And Lin nodded in agreement. He picked up a glass of red wine and brought it to his nose, upon which the alluring scent of blood intermingled with the faint aroma of wine wafted toward him. This type of blood wine smelled quite good, but he didn't know what kind of craftsmanship had been used to concoct it. Even the life essence had been preserved and fermented to an extremely high degree. And Lin and Su Xiaolan chatted idly off to the side, and they would occasionally overhear some discussions. They also heard that the 3 holy disciples of the blood tribe were going to come out of seclusion soon. However, these were all rumors, and there was no concrete information. During this time, a blood tribe female cultivator came over to ask Su Xiaolan if she was interested in swapping Dao partners for the night, and she kept glancing toward Lin as she spoke. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but ask, "What are you after?" "My Dao partner isn't as handsome as yours." And Lin, "Huh?" The blood tribe female was clearly taken aback. Didn't holy disciple Cassidy say this a year ago? The fusion of different types of blood can stimulate one's heart and Dao realm, thereby increasing the probability of attaining Dao enlightenment. The life of a blood tribe cultivator should be the pursuit of blood. If we swap blood at night, different types of yin blood and yang blood will complement each other, and will definitely be able to attain different enlightenment. This has already been proven to be feasible. By the way, don't you guys know this? The blood tribe female looked at Enlin and Su Xiaolan as if they were country bumpkins. So switching one for the night was referring to swapping blood with someone else? Su Xiaolan and Enlin were astonished. They had just thought that Cassidy was a pure and untainted lotus flower, but now she was telling them that she was the source of all this evil? Was this some kind of F***king bullsh** T from being addicted to Enlin's blood? Did the blood tribe cultivators misunderstand Cassidy's words? It doesn't matter if you didn't know. It's good that you know now. Do you want to give it a try? Even though this big brother's power level is average, he seems to be in high spirits. His blood should taste quite good. The blood tribe female winked at Enlin before licking her lips. "Do you want a date tonight, handsome?" And Lin shook his head. "No, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle my blood." He was speaking the truth. The poison lord's reputation wasn't just for show. His blood could already poison blood tribe cultivators below the return to void intermediate stage to death. "Oh ho ho, I'm so scared." The female giggled as she patted her massive chest. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened. She was just about to draw her sword and slash this seductive T. At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded. "Esteemed guests, the time has come. The blood-tasting festival auction will officially begin." A tall platform began to rise from the center of the hall. A blue enchantment barrier appeared and engulfed the platform. This was an enchantment barrier that could block the attacks of return to void stage mighty figures. The sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, Starbucks, appeared at the center of the platform to host the entire auction. Just like that, the blood tribe female's life was spared. Over 1,000 blood tribe cultivators all focused their attention on the tall platform. The much-anticipated auction had officially begun. Chapter 1091. Starbucks shone brightly on the stage. Beside him was a huge piece of red cloth that completely covered him, maintaining the mysteriousness of the item being auctioned. Burke sat not too far away from the auction stage, exuding a cold and gloomy aura that no one could approach. The Red Snow Sex, Eliza's group, and the Heavenly Scorpion Sex, Simpson's group, sat at the very front. There were also a few representatives from first-rate sex who were not present but were still seated slightly behind them. After that, there were 2 rings, 3 rings for Rings and Lin, and Su Xiaolan mingled with some ordinary blood tribe sex and silently watched the show. The most important part of the blood-tasting festival is here. Next, I will reveal the first auction item, the Abyss Lightning Bat from the 10,000 Demon Cave. Starbucks suddenly lifted the red cloth. A pitch-black bat about 30 feet in size with blue lightning patterns all over its body appeared in front of everyone. Its entire body was pierced with strange silver tubes, and dark red blood was flowing along the silver tubes. The blood slowly flowed along a certain path, converged, and finally landed on a glass apparatus. The bat's body was still moving up and down slightly. It trembled as if it was crying out in pain. And Lin frowned. "This bat, it's still alive." Starbucks caressed the bat's face and said passionately, This abyss lightning bat is at the soul formation intermediate stage. In order to maintain its blood's activity, it's sealed and not dead. When its blood first enters the mouth, it feels like it's going to explode. After that, the taste will be smooth and refreshing, extremely fragrant. The life essence contained in its blood has even reached A grade. The amount of blood stored in its body is 1 ton. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones. I will bring out some samples for everyone to taste before starting the auction. Starbucks waved his hand, and countless drops of blood flew into the empty wine glasses that the Blood Tribe members had prepared beforehand. Everyone had a share. The Blood Tasting Festival was actually the blood tasting during the auction, right? And Lin fell silent as he looked at the dark red, sticky blood in the wine glass. At this moment, sounds of moaning and exclaiming could be heard beside him. Very soon the auction began. The blood of this abyss lightning bat at the soul formation intermediate stage was sold for a price of 180,000 spirit stones. It was won by a soul formation final stage sect leader. As for the people of the Red Snow sect and Heavenly Scorpion sect, they did not even participate in the bidding. Clearly, they were not very interested in the blood. The next few auctioned items were all exotic beasts of the same level. In the end, a half-naked creature with a pair of black wings and a body covered in bloody scars appeared on the stage. It was tied to a wooden frame and was on its last breath. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both shocked. The Blood Tribe was really bold. They really dared to auction anything. The auction seemed to have reached its climax. Starbucks beamed with joy. As everyone can see, this is a soul formation final stage Darkwing Tribe spirit. If one were to ask what kind of highly intelligent creatures were the hardest to capture in this world, it's not the powerful Lightwing clan that would rather die than submit, nor is it the elusive Vermilion Bird clan. It's the Darkwing clan that fears death the most. I'm sure everyone is very interested in the blood of a Darkwing race elite, right? It was different from the clear and sweet blood of the Lightwing clan. On the contrary, it was a deep and boundless mellow fragrance. I believe that everyone will like it after tasting the blood. Starbucks waved his hand, and the blood dripped onto the wine cups of the Blood Tribe cultivators. There was only 1 drop of blood. After all, the Darkwing Tribe cultivators were built like humans, and they didn't have much blood in their bodies. However, when the Blood Tribe cultivators tasted this drop of blood, they all revealed intoxicated expressions. The evil slaying sword in Lin's storage ring started to tremble. It actually had an extremely strong urge to kill. This was the first time it had voluntarily expressed this desire to Enlin. He hurriedly suppressed this urge. "What are you doing, little Xia?" And Lin communicated with the evil-slaying sword in his mind. "I want to kill someone." The evil-slaying sword's cold voice sounded in his mind, and Lin faltered for a moment. A certain speculation suddenly surged into his mind. The evil-slaying sword was once a top-tier immortal tool that the Dark Knight monarch yearned for. "You want to save that Darkwing Tribe elite?" And Lin was shocked. "Even so, we still have to wait. Now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll help you kill him." And Lin felt like he had said something very domineering. However, the evil-slaying sword said indifferently, "I think you've misunderstood something. I just want to kill that Darkwing Tribe cultivator. That's all." And Lin. This turn was too sudden, and Enlin was a little dazed. At this moment, the Darkwing Tribe elite had already started the auction. Just the starting price alone was 500,000 spirit stones. Even so, there were still many sects participating in the auction, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Many mighty figures in the Blood Tribe relied on absorbing the life essence of other living beings to become stronger. In their eyes, this Darkwing Tribe powerful being was perhaps an extremely rare elixir. In the end, this Darkwing Tribe elite was sold for 1,080,000 spirit stones. The person who won the auction was the sect leader of the Heavenly Scorpion sect, Simpson. He was a golden-haired male with silver muscles and a face full of knife scars. Right at this moment, an even more impassioned voice sounded. Now, the most important item of the entire auction is about to begin. Starbucks flew to the center of the stage, his face flushed with excitement. The item that you've all been waiting for is about to be auctioned. Just a simple sentence was enough to make all of the Blood Tribe cultivators' breathing become much heavier. This auction is being controlled by a being of unimaginable status. I've already investigated all of you, but I still hope that all of you can swear Dao Heart oaths to keep this auction a secret. All of the Blood Tribe cultivators swore their oaths as soon as Starbucks finished speaking, and Lin and Su Xiaolan also swore their oaths. In any case, it wasn't a problem if they didn't violate their oaths. All they had to do was kill all of these people. After swearing their oaths, Starbucks announced the most explosive piece of news. The next item is a supreme treasure that Holy Disciple Cassidy obtained from the Holy Land of our ancestors. It is a supreme treasure that can allow us to observe the true meaning of life and grant us limitless potential. His words sent shockwaves surging through the crowd, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were completely dumbstruck. It was Cassidy again. Huh. Why did she say again? Just the title of Holy Disciple alone was enough to make that treasure extremely dazzling. All of the Blood Tribe cultivators began to look forward to that treasure. Today is the Blood Tasting Festival, so the item being auctioned naturally has something to do with blood. However, there's no tasting this time, as there's only one drop. That's right. It's a drop of the Holy Patriarch's blood. It can purify our bodies and elevate our life to a higher level, allowing the blood in our bodies to become closer to the Holy Patriarch's blood. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. The significance it represented was extremely profound, and its value was immeasurable. The Holy Patriarch's blood was blood that could allow them to evolve. If all of this was true, then almost no Blood Tribe cultivator would be able to resist this temptation. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Starbucks' storage ring flashed, and a drop of blood hovered in midair. It was enveloped by a terrifying barrier to prevent any accidents from occurring. However, the aura and ripples of that drop of blood spread throughout the entire hall. Su Xiaolan was momentarily dazed, and she looked toward the man beside her, and Lin was completely dumbstruck, as if he was looking at something extremely absurd. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "Isn't that my F** King blood?" Chapter 1092. And Lin's perception of his own blood would never be wrong. Even Xiaolan could sense a familiar aura from this blood. Thus, both of them were dumbstruck. Incredulity and astonishment mixed in their hearts. The supreme treasure of the Blood Tribe that I've been looking forward to is actually a drop of my blood. And Lin's eyes widened as he murmured to himself. Su Xiaolan massaged her brows and couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps it really is a supreme treasure to the Blood Tribe. She was aware of how Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias had been subdued by Lin. Thus, even though she was very surprised, it didn't seem to be too surprising. And Lin was a little disappointed. He had wanted to rob them of the supreme treasure, but it turned out that he was going to rob them of a drop of his blood? What a joke! However, after thinking about it, it made perfect sense. His blood was indeed immeasurably beneficial to the Blood Tribe. The fact that Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias had all become holy disciples due to his blood was proof of this. Why was Cassidy doing this? She was extremely bloodthirsty, so there was no way she would give her blood to someone else. A thought flashed through in Lin's mind. Could it be that she's recruiting subordinates for me? Subduing them with their blood before recommending them to me? There was another basis for this conjecture. Only returned to void intermediate stage mighty figures, or above, could withstand his blood. Furthermore, Eliza and Simpson just so happened to be returned to void intermediate stage mighty figures. Perhaps this wasn't a coincidence. And Lynn could already envision Cassidy bringing the blood tribe mighty figures here and pointing at him to tell them that this was their holy leader. Then the blood tribe mighty figures would be completely dumbstruck, and Lin and Su Xiaolan weren't interested in the blood at all. However, all the blood tribe mighty figures seemed to have fallen into a collective climax as they discussed excitedly, praised, and yearned for it. Even the return to Void Stage Eliza and Simpson had expressions of yearning on their faces. The blood tribe was extremely sensitive to blood, and they could sense that this drop of blood was extraordinary. That's enough. Hurry up and auction it off. Eliza's delicate body trembled slightly. Her dark red eyes were burning with desire, and her fair face was flushed with excitement. A smug smile appeared on Starbuck's face as he said in a clear voice, "This drop of holy patriarch blood is extremely precious. For us blood tribe cultivators, consuming a single drop is even more effective than consuming a high-rank immortal pill. Cassidy, the Holy Son, will vouch for this blood, and you'll definitely feel good after using it. The starting price is 1,000,000 spirit stones." The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as he said that. This was just a drop of blood. The starting price of a single drop of blood was even higher than that of a Darkwing clan member of the Soul Formation final stage, which was extremely difficult to capture. Should I say, as expected of the sacred ancestors' blood? The vampires were very shocked, but they wouldn't refute this price. Su Xiaolan secretly pinched in Lin's arm and chuckled. "Your blood is really valuable," and Lin didn't say anything, but his eyes shone brightly. "I think I've discovered a new continent to make money." Su Xiaolan, "You want to sell your blood?" Su Xiaolan stared at Lin with a speechless expression. "That's right," and Lin's eyes shone brightly. "Selling my blood for money and developing my subordinates at the same time. Cassidy really is a genius. I'll have as much holy patriarch blood as you want. At the same time, I'll limit the supply. After all, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Even something like a diamond can be turned into an extremely precious treasure. Why can't my holy patriarch blood be sold for an astronomical price? Furthermore, my blood is really very effective for the blood tribe." Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. "Do you really think you're the holy patriarch? Only Cassidy and the others can enter the blood tribe holy land anyway, so whatever they say goes. No one can prove that my blood isn't the holy patriarch's blood." And Lin smiled smugly. Su Xiaolan was a little worried. "It'll be very dangerous to continue like this. If we accidentally catch the attention of the higher-ups," and Lin nodded. "It's better to be safe than sorry. We'll think about this when we get back." Right at this moment, the blood was already being auctioned off by the blood tribe. Powerful beings at the Soul Formation pinnacle stage for medium-sized sects also joined the bidding. However, they soon stopped bidding because they didn't have that much money. Some sect leaders even borrowed money from the people around them in order to bid for this drop of blood no matter what. However, Simpson and Eliza were the ones who had the highest chance of winning. As returned to Void Stage mighty figures, they had already prepared sufficient funds for this auction. The auction reached its climax. Eliza and Simpson's eyes were bloodshot from the bidding, and Lin couldn't help but marvel at Cassidy's brilliant strategy. She had purposely arranged for two returned to Void intermediate stage mighty figures to compete against each other. Not only would they obtain talents, but they would also be able to obtain a huge amount of wealth due to the competition. It was a win-win situation. In the end, this drop of blood was won by Simpson for 8,000,000 spirit stones. Compared to the starting price, it had almost doubled. What a foolish person with a lot of money. No, this was the pursuit of life and Tao. A smile appeared on Lin's face. "Xiaolan, get ready." Su Xiaolan nodded silently and prepared for battle. "Next, let's welcome sect leader Simpson onto the stage to receive the holy leader's blood," Starbucks said excitedly to the bustling crowd below the stage. Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It wasn't Simpson. Instead, it was a complete stranger. Starbuck's expression changed. The person before him was simply too fast. What followed next was a huge golden fist that made his heart palpitate. It was too fast. He couldn't dodge it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The new sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, Starbucks, was sent flying by a single punch. The person who had attacked was the Blood Tribe version of Enlin. He was already standing on the stage. Below the stage were over 1,000 Blood Tribe cultivators who were momentarily stunned. How dare you snatch the holy leader's blood? Simpson, who had finally managed to obtain the blood, instantly exploded. He stood up and was about to attack. Don't panic, Mr. Simpson. This blood is enveloped by an extremely powerful protective barrier. Even a return to Void Final Stage Mighty figure won't be able to break through it in a short period of time. Bulk, the ancestor of the Bone Demon Blood sect, was still extremely calm. However, his explosively rising aura made everyone feel suffocated. It was clear that he was extremely angry at this moment. Boom! Another loud noise rang out. The barrier enveloping the blood was broken. The white glow of the divine inspection technique flashed in Enlin's eyes. He tossed the blood into his mouth and tasted it. Hee, as expected of the holy leader's blood. It's amazing. That's right, this is my blood. It's true, Simpson. Bulk. Simpson looked at Bulk expressionlessly. Didn't you say that even a return to Void Final Stage Mighty figure won't be able to break through it in a short period of time? This supreme being felt like he had been played. Guards, don't let him escape. Capture him. Bulk roared angrily. The sect protection formation was activated at the same time. Countless powerful blood tribe cultivators unleashed their powerful auras. In the vast hall, the killing intent was like the sea, almost tearing open the huge dome. Ding, ding, ding. 3 pleasing sounds traveled over. Simpson +1, Bulk +1, Starbucks +1. Ayaya, you're too polite. You actually assisted 3 people at once. And Lin's lips curled up into an arrogant smile. He slowly pulled out his evil-slaying sword, facing the Soul Formation Stage cultivators and return to Void Stage Mighty figures, he said with battle intent in his eyes. Now let me turn this world upside down. Chapter 1093. The golden-haired, crimson-eyed woman in a green dress descended gracefully and stepped onto the hilt of her sword. This was the terrifying aura of a return to Void Stage Mighty figure. Starbucks was extremely confident. He was a newly advanced return to Void Stage Mighty figure. How could he not be able to deal with a Soul Formation Stage cultivator? Even if it was a battle of attrition, he could still exhaust her to death. Right at this moment, blue lightning and white flames suddenly intertwined. They carried with them a terrifying might as they swept across the stage in the hall. The boom sounded like the roar of a true dragon, and Lin's storage ring flashed, and the completely repaired Gundam 3 and Yao Ji appeared once again. The cyan body that looked like a solid dragon coiled around the woman's body and blocked the sword thrust. All the Blood Tribe cultivators felt chills run down their spines upon seeing this. I've said it before. Anyone who crosses this line will die. The battle had only just begun, and more than half of the Blood Tribe cultivators were already dead. She no longer had any reservations. A speck of red light flew out from the Blood Tribe cultivator's body and landed in Su Xiaolan's palm. And Lin no longer paid any attention to the mighty figure who hated him. He turned his gaze toward Eliza, who had failed the auction and didn't hate him as much. Right at this moment, a sense of danger suddenly welled up in his heart. Whoosh! Blood splattered through the air. F***CK off! A golden glow flashed across Burke's eyes, and a golden dragon roared out. Courting death! Starbucks sneered. Many Blood Tribe cultivators didn't dare to cross that crack anymore. Powerful beings clad in blood-colored robes charged toward Enlin's battle. Her sword was like a lightning dragon, and white flames roared as she reaped the lives of the Blood Tribe cultivators. Almost no one was a match for her. The powerful Blood Tribe cultivators of the Soul Formation stage were insta-killed by her sword. Countless powerful spell techniques collided and destroyed the entire hall beyond recognition. The crimson sword projection left a domineering trajectory in the air. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The unstoppable sword projection stopped in front of Su Xiaolan. The domain around him instantly expanded, and countless venomous demonic scorpions roamed around him, bearing their bloodthirsty fangs. Boom, boom, boom. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly. She had only done that to divert the blood kindred's firepower. She didn't say that she wouldn't kill anyone who didn't cross the line. All living beings that came into contact with these terrifying lightning and flames, regardless of whether they were spirit-nurturing stage powerful beings or soul formation stage powerful beings, were instantly charred black. At this time, Little Temptress was already locked in combat with Simpson. Su Xiaolan stepped forward, and as she twisted her waist, a sword projection imbued with the power of the holy flame materialized into a curved arc that enveloped all of the Blood Tribe living beings. Then, the shock and fear on the Blood Tribe member's face froze. Humph! How dare a mere soul formation stage cultivator act so arrogantly here? A Blood Tribe cultivator at the soul formation stage roared as he pounced toward Su Xiaolan. The sacred fire could incinerate heaven and earth, and the poisonous demon scorpions would melt upon contact. At this moment, a lightning and fire dual dragon sparrow sword descended from the sky. Shadow, scorpion domain. Eliza, who was at the return to void intermediate stage, was his true target. Starbucks had chosen to wait and see from the start. After confirming that this woman was with that man, he decided to target the weaker ones. He would either kidnap or kill this woman to intimidate his opponents. A blood-red sword projection suddenly pierced toward her from a certain angle. The powerful sword projection tore through her holy flame barrier and pierced toward her chest. If he couldn't defeat her alone, he could always gain the upper hand by ganging up on her. Holy flame, flight of the vermilion bird. The powerful beings of the Bone Demon Blood Sect also sprang into action. They pounced toward Enlin, planning to use spell techniques to restrain Enlin and create an opportunity for them to fight. Ding! This was the true meaning of one man holds the pass against 10,000 enemies. She was like an inexhaustible god of slaughter. All the powerful beings of the Blood Tribe who passed through the crack in the ground were instantly slain by her dragon sparrow sword. Su Xiaolan's voice was cold, but it was filled with power. Su Xiaolan's sword descended at an even faster speed. Starbucks had no way of dodging it. The sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, Starbucks, had finally made his move. However, there were still many frenzied Blood Tribe cultivators who chose to charge toward Su Xiaolan after a short while. A violent explosion erupted. The battle was extremely brutal. One Blood Tribe cultivator after another fell to the ground as they screamed in agony. They all became ghosts under the green-clothed woman's sword. D***, why is this metal puppet so powerful? Simpson's body was covered in silver muscles. He was extremely proud of his powerful body, but even after blocking Su Xiaolan's sword strike, a bloody gash instantly appeared on his body. The blade of the sword pierced into the ground, creating a massive crack in the ground. We clearly didn't cross the line. Why are you still trying to kill us? Some of the powerful beings of the other sects who were spectating from afar were also affected by the spell techniques, and they began to wail in agony. Gundam 3's fist was enshrouded by a golden energy halo, and he also unleashed a punch. His face was still red and swollen from Enlin's mountain-quaking fist, but his aura wasn't weak at all. In an instant, The power of the blood tribe cultivators surged toward him like a tidal wave. They cleverly stood in the distance and used long-range spell techniques to attack. Buck, Simpson, and Eliza pounced toward Lynn almost at the same time. The woman in front of them was only an extremely powerful soul formation stage cultivator. She wasn't a return to void stage cultivator. So how could she suppress a large group of blood tribe cultivators by herself? A white sword projection flashed past. Su Xiaolan absorbed the red light, and a healthy flush appeared on her face. Her life force was replenished, and her aura seemed to have become stronger as well. At this moment, Lin was already pouncing toward Eliza with his sword in hand. What? Starbuck's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This core cultivation method that he had inherited from war god Xingtian's Tao of Slaughter seemed to be quite useful. Specks of red light leaped out from the corpses of the blood tribe cultivators and landed on Su Xiaolan's body. Not only did Su Xiaolan not feel tired during the battle, but she also became more and more courageous, and her aura became more and more terrifying. It was as if a vermilion bird had descended from the heavens and glided through the sky. Everything on the ground was engulfed by the scorching sword flames, and countless blood tribe cultivators wailed in agony. Boom, boom, boom. The blood tribe cultivators became more and more fearful as they fought. The number of blood tribe cultivators who had died at the hands of the woman in green had already exceeded 200, but her aura didn't weaken in the slightest. Bam! The dragon sparrow sword rose into the air. Who's there? All of the blood tribe cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they all stopped in their tracks. The sword projection pierced toward the woman, but she didn't dodge. Gundam 3 and Burke were both blasted back over 100 meters by the shock wave. Is this the divine killer aura? She stood proudly at the forefront of the blood tribe cultivators with a smile on her face. Boom! The golden energy formed a vibrating halo that expanded outward. Su Xiaolan wielded her dragon sparrow sword and transformed the area within a radius of over a kilometer into a sea of holy flames. An extremely sharp sword projection slashed through the air. He didn't even get a chance to say anything before his body was sliced in half, and his vast life force was also completely severed. Hold her off. She won't be able to hold on for much longer, a blood tribe cultivator yelled. Anyone who crosses this line shall die. 3 extremely terrifying auras erupted forth. Gundam 3 pounced toward Burke at an extremely fast speed. Gundam 3, hold Burke off for me. Yao Ji, hold Simpson off for me. Although all of the blood tribe cultivators were powerful and bloodthirsty, they were still intimidated by the auras radiating from the trio. Chapter 1094. Look, Master Starbucks has finally made his move. Haha, look at that demoness. She's frozen in fear. Master Starbucks has been slain. The blood tribe cultivators felt as if they were on a roller coaster. Seeing Starbucks make his move was like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. In the next second, the mighty Starbucks was slain by the green-robed female. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. A powerful blood tribe cultivator roared. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly as she looked at the blood tribe cultivators charging toward her. She wielded her dragon sparrow sword and charged toward the blood tribe cultivators. On the ground, Starbucks, who had been ignored by Su Xiaolan, struggled to his feet as the bloody wound on his chest slowly healed. Don't look down on me. I'm going to kill you, he roared. Starbucks wielded his crimson sword and continued charging toward Su Xiaolan. Spatial seal. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of techniques. Thus, he used a spatial spell technique that was almost against the rules. This was the absolute suppression that a return to void stage mighty figure could use against a low-rank cultivator. Su Xiaolan was still brandishing her sword when her body was suddenly sealed by a boundless spatial power. It was as if she had been frozen in midair. Starbuck's crimson sword whistled through the air. Ha ha ha. I'm going to show you what it means to shattering sun. Su Xiaolan suddenly roared. A white glow unique to holy beasts burst forth from her body, and boundless energy surged forth, stirring up the surrounding space. She didn't know anything about spatial power. However, as long as one's power reached the pinnacle, one could still break through the spatial seal through sheer power alone. This was using brute force to break through technique. Then, under Starbuck's astonished gaze, Su Xiaolan turned around, and an azure dragon revolved around her body. Boom! His sword once again struck the azure dragon barrier. Starbuck's. This scene was extremely similar. Su Xiaolan's sword fell. This time her aura was so sharp that it almost sliced Starbuck's body in half. Originally, I wanted to keep you alive to increase the quest value for that guy's cultivation technique. Why did you have to run over here? Su Xiaolan said with a displeased expression. Starbuck spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, a look of confusion on his face. What is this woman saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. The sect-protecting grand formation had been broken. The ceiling of the entire lobby was suddenly blasted apart by a towering flame. The territory of the Bone Demon Blood Sect. The gigantic skull of the Bone Demon at the top of the mountain was sent flying, just like that. Blood seeped out from the corner of Burke's mouth. He had been severely injured by the backlash from the spell formation. Never had he imagined that the sect-protecting grand formation that he had prepared for a long time would actually be destroyed by Lin with a single finger. At this moment, Gundam 3 was already upon them, and its super-particle sword slashed through the air in a series of lethal trajectories. At the same time, Simpson, a mighty figure of the return to Void intermediate stage, was also completely suppressed by Yao Ji. Before he knew it, he had already been struck over 100 times. If it weren't for the fact that the Blood Tribe had extremely powerful regenerative abilities, he might have already died. High up in the sky, and Lin was entangled by the 6 divine flames and the holy vermilion flame. A crimson-golden glow appeared all over his body, and every attack he unleashed was as explosive as fire. Break! And Lin, who was in his fire god mode, punched toward Eliza's crimson shield. Following a crisp explosion, the crimson shield shattered. However, and Lin's fist didn't stop there. It continued to smash into Eliza's body with unstoppable force. Eliza's body caved in, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Who on earth are you? Aren't you afraid that holy disciple Cassidy will send you to the soul, blood, purgatory in her rage? Eliza's hair was disheveled, and she roared threateningly. I'm really not afraid. And Lin chuckled and continued to attack. Eliza was no match for Lin, who had activated his fire god mode. She was instantly smashed into retreat, and Lin's eruption of flames lit up the entire starry sky. It was as if the sun had risen in the night sky, and it continued to crash toward Eliza. Bam! There was another explosion. Eliza was sent plummeting toward the ground, and Lin flashed above her and delivered another punch. Boom! A gigantic fist imprint instantly appeared on the craggy mountain. Eliza's body was riddled with wounds, and she panted heavily as she knelt on the ground. Her enemy was too powerful, and she didn't have much of a chance to retaliate. And Lin slowly descended, and the flames gradually receded. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword. He looked at Eliza in confusion. Then he looked at his system, and the confusion on his face deepened. Strange. Why are there still 9 supreme beings who hate me? I've already tortured Eliza to this extent, and she still doesn't hate me? That shouldn't be the case. And Lin looked at Eliza, who was riddled with wounds. I'm going to kill you, he said in a probing voice. Eliza tightened her slightly tattered red and white robe. Come on, she snorted lightly, and Lin charged over, and a pitch-black sword projection pierced through the clouds. Eliza gritted her teeth. She wielded the power of frost and snow in one hand and the power of blood in the other. She transformed into two terrifyingly powerful dragons that roared and pounced toward Lin. Another earth-shattering collision. Sound rang out. Eliza was once again forced back by the power of the sword projection, and she vomited blood. Wind sword! And Lin unfurled his wings of wind, and his speed was as fast as a ghost. He instantly appeared in front of Eliza, and his sword descended once again. Splat! Her red and white robe was torn apart, and a dark red wound appeared on her snow-white skin. Blood splattered everywhere, and Eliza tumbled to the ground once again. She looked extremely miserable, and Lin glanced at his system again. Eliza's name list hadn't appeared yet. He was a little gloomy. He charged toward Eliza and slashed again. Ah! Eliza moaned, and blood splattered everywhere. She clutched her robe that was about to be torn apart by Lin and collapsed to the ground. Her slender legs were crossed, and she trembled in fear. "The next sword strike will be the day of your death," and Lin said with a murderous aura. "Hey, don't worry. Big brother, do you still want to live after offending the holy disciple? You'll definitely come down and accompany me." Eliza raised her head and said seductively, and Lin looked toward his system again, unwilling to give up. *T. She's about to die, so why doesn't she hate me? Why don't you hate me? And Lin couldn't hold it in anymore, and he asked. Eliza was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I do. How can I not hate you? Not only did you steal my treasure, but you also tried to kill me." And Lin was completely dazed. She looked like she really hated him. Could it be that her injuries weren't severe enough? And Lin pounced toward her again, and his evil-slaying sword slashed out with an astonishing sword projection. Eliza unleashed a spell technique with all her might to defend herself, but she was still no match for Lin in the end. Another gash appeared on her body, and she retreated with a wretched cry. And Lin pursued her relentlessly, and he slashed out with his sword again. Ah! Eliza let out a delicate cry as a bloody gash appeared on her snow-white thigh. Wind sword! And Lin broke through Eliza's snow crystal barrier and slashed out with his sword again. Ah! Eliza let out a delicate cry as another gash appeared on her lower abdomen. Her robe was torn, and her breasts were revealed. And Lin continued to slash out with his sword. Ah! Eliza let out a delicate cry as another bloody gash appeared on her chest. "So annoying! Why did you slash me here?" The woman's face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with anger, and Lin silently stopped his attacks. "This style, is there something wrong with it?" He turned his gaze toward Eliza. This blood tribe supreme being with her tattered robe and bloodstains all over her body actually had a peculiar flush on her face. Her breathing quickened, and it seemed as if she had become even more excited. "Come on, come and bully me. I won't yield." Eliza let out a delicate cry as her large breasts shook. She was extremely excited as she took the initiative to attack Lin. And Lin felt like he had discovered the truth. He discovered the truth as to why this woman's hatred never reached a certain level. This Eliza, she's probably a masochist. Chapter 1095. Eliza was a masochist, and Lin was shocked by this discovery. This would explain why Eliza didn't hate Lin, even though he was torturing her all this time. That was because the pain she had suffered had become the source of her joy. At this moment, Eliza was like an unkillable cockroach. She stood up again and materialized a blood saber and a snow saber. She slashed at Lin in a frenzy. Streaks of red and white saber projections crisscrossed, tearing the mountains and earth into pieces. It was as if winter had descended upon heaven and earth. "Ha ha ha! Why aren't you attacking? Are you afraid of me?" Eliza laughed coquettishly as she attacked incessantly. Her crimson eyes flickered with excitement and a hint of anticipation. Are you F asterisk King done? And Lin was enraged. The endless night sword technique appeared again, turning the sky into a black screen that covered the stars and moon. His sword projection was extremely domineering. With a horizontal slash, it directly slashed through Eliza's saber projections. Then, another slash landed on Eliza's body. Ah! Eliza let out a delicate cry. Her robe was torn open, revealing a large patch of her snow-white skin. A sword wound appeared and blood splattered. The woman kept retreating, but the redness on her face became even more obvious. She panted lightly and said, "What a domineering slash! What a domineering aura!" And Lin. At this moment, he really wanted to shout F asterisk C. Then, the most important question was, how could he make a severe masochist hate him? The battle continued, and Lin switched from offense to defense again. He was having a headache now. Facing this special blood tribe mighty figure, he actually felt a sense of helplessness. He had no idea how to deal with her. Torture her? She would be very happy. If he didn't torture her, she would also be very happy when she hit him. In any case, she wouldn't hate him. And Lin suddenly realized that if he disregarded the mission and looked at this woman, she seemed rather cute. No matter how he treated her, she wouldn't hate him. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? The more Eliza fought, the more excited she became. She couldn't care less about the exposed parts of her clothes that were torn apart. Her attacks with the two long blades became increasingly swift and fierce. See, no matter how many times you injure me, my powerful life force will be able to recover from those injuries. If we fight a protracted battle, I might not lose. Forget it. I'll just treat a dead horse as a living one. And Lin sneered. Do you really think I can't beat you? What comes next is the climax. He glared fiercely at Eliza. I want you to cry. Endless sorrow suddenly surged up, and tears streamed down Eliza's face. Woo, 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 what did you do to me? Eliza wept bitterly as she defended against Lin's attacks. And Lin glanced at the system, but there was still no response. Why don't you guess? He laughed coldly, and Lin forcefully took a slash from Eliza's blade. The pitch-black sword gleam slashed down again, and a ghastly bloody gash appeared on Eliza's body. Just as Eliza was moaning to her heart's content, the make you poop technique was activated. Suddenly, an intense feeling of diarrhea engulfed Eliza's entire body. At her realm, although she had long since abstained from eating, she had still eaten and drunk quite a lot of alcohol during tonight's blood-tasting festival. There were still some things that had yet to be completely digested. Puff! Eliza's back door exploded. Bright red liquid gushed out along with some unknown substance. The woman finally screamed. She frantically retreated with one hand covering her lower body. Her crimson face was filled with humiliation and hatred. Seeing this, Lin calmed down, since he couldn't make her hate him by abusing her. Then he would go and disgust her. He would disgust her until she hated him. Abusing someone and disgust someone were actually two different concepts. Abusing someone was domineering conquest and ravaging, while disgust someone was stimulating the other party to feel disgust and disgust. After seeing the hatred on Eliza's face, Lin excitedly glanced at the system. He discovered that there was still no sign of hatred. This meant that the hatred was still insufficient, and he had to work harder. The make you poop technique could only be used once a day. Now that it couldn't be used anymore, what should he do? Eliza used a body cleansing technique. With a furious shout, she pounced toward Lin again. Ha ha ha. You're actually doing such a thing in front of me. How disgusting. And Lin laughed heartily. The contempt and mockery on his face became even more pronounced. He didn't hit Alyssa anymore, lest Alyssa got the thrill of being abused. He also didn't want Eliza to hit him, lest she felt pleasure from abusing others. Eliza was a severe masochist, and at the same time, she also had sadistic tendencies. The best method for Lin wasn't to fight, but to make her unable to exert her strength. This way, she wouldn't feel pleasure, and she would become irritated and even hate him. Why are you hiding? Why aren't you attacking? Eliza's crimson saber was violent and bloodthirsty, while her ice saber was cold and merciless. Even a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure wouldn't be able to dodge the combined attacks of the two sabers. However, after activating the divine inspection technique and Kuin Peng travel, and Lin's movement techniques were as fast as a ghost's. He was so agile that it made one's hair stand on end. He was able to narrowly dodge Eliza's attacks many times. Eliza slashed so many times, but not a single one of her attacks landed on Lin. This made her go crazy, and she almost broke down at this moment within the main hall. Close to 1,000 blood tribe cultivators were lying on the ground. The newly advanced returned to void stage mighty figure, Starbucks, was also lying on the ground, barely breathing. Su Xiaolan was dressed in a green dress, and her features were exquisite and otherworldly. She stood where she was, and the pool of blood on the ground made the red carpet appear even more vibrant. Her appearance and demeanor were clearly like that of a celestial maiden. However, to the dying blood tribe cultivators, she was as terrifying as a demoness who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is too terrifying. She can actually absorb life. She never gets tired. The more she kills, the more powerful she becomes. She really is a demoness. Stop talking. Don't let her notice us, the injured blood clansmen whispered to each other. Even though Su Xiaolan was panting slightly from exhaustion, she was still extremely energetic. This was the core cultivation technique of Xing Tian's Tao of Slaughter. The more she killed, the more terrifying her killing intent would be. She no longer looked at the wounded cultivators beneath her feet. Instead, she silently walked to the entrance of the main hall and looked into the distance. What is Lin doing? Why is he taking so long to defeat a supreme being of the return to void intermediate stage? Then Su Xiaolan saw the strange battle between Lin and Eliza. Eliza attacked frantically, but Lin kept dodging and refusing to attack. Su Xiaolan was a little puzzled. What is Lin doing? Also, Eliza's clothes are too tattered after being injured by Lin. Eliza's figure was voluptuous and sexy to begin with. At this moment, her clothes were like a few rags hanging on her body. It was too unsightly. On the battlefield, Eliza unleashed another powerful saber slash, and Lin retreated explosively to dodge it. At this moment, a shrewd light flashed across Eliza's eyes, and she immediately fled into the distance. She actually chose to flee at the same time that she forced Lin into retreat. Want to flee? Not so easy. And Lin sneered coldly. He used Wings of Wind, Kuin Peng travel, and Wind Sword at the same time, and he quickly caught up to Eliza. Then he started to harass her with guerrilla attacks, such as giant cloud hands or water-type binding snake whips. Su Xiaolan's mouth gaped open. Aren't Lin's spell techniques a little strange? Why aren't you hitting me? Why aren't you letting me go? Eliza, who couldn't get any pleasure and was constantly being disgusted, finally roared in grief and indignation. However, Lin gazed at Eliza affectionately. Because I like you. Eliza's pupils contracted and her mouth gaped open. However, Lin maintained a sincere smile on his face. He knew that since he couldn't torture Eliza, then he would harass her to his heart's content and not let her have her way. He would even use frivolous love to disgust her. Then Eliza, who sensed that she was being humiliated and looked down upon, would definitely develop hatred toward Lin. And Lin felt that this plan was perfect. However, he didn't know that there was a woman witnessing this process from a mountain peak not far away. Su Xiaolan. Chapter 1096. You have to restrain yourself. This isn't the best time for domestic violence. You have to restrain yourself. Su Xiaolan stood at the top of the mountain outside the door. Her dragon sparrow sword trembled incessantly in her hand. She was constantly reminding herself to look at the bigger picture and not be impulsive. Perhaps Lin had his reasons for doing this. On the battlefield, like me, Eliza's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Then, a feeling of nausea welled up in her heart. "You're so disgusting." It was clear that Lin's frivolous and disdainful words made Eliza extremely unhappy. She swung her saber toward Lin again, and Lin activated his divine inspection technique and used Kuan Peng travel to dodge the saber slashes. He didn't attack. Eliza took advantage of the gap between Lin's retreat to turn tail and run. At this moment, the giant hand of clouds and mist began to slam toward her. Tens of thousands of water snakes coiled around her like tentacles. Eliza was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She swung her sabers toward Lin in a frenzy. "You're not hitting me, and you're not letting me go. What are you trying to do?" There was a frivolous and disdainful smile on Lin's face. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to play with you. I want to see you struggle before you die." Boom! Eliza exploded. Disdain, frivolousness, and disgust were different from abuse. This kind of nonviolent method completely enraged her. "I'm going to kill you." Eliza's eyes glowed with a terrifying, ferocious light. Her aura soared explosively. Streaks of white lines appeared on her arms. She had clearly used some kind of mystic technique. Red snow saber wheel. Boundless white light burst forth from her arms. She spun around and waved her sabers. A terrifying frost and snow sealed the space within a radius of 5 kilometers. 2 circular saber projections, one red and one white, whistled through the air with the power to destroy heaven and earth. One saber was violent and domineering, capable of annihilating all living beings. The other was merciless and cold, capable of freezing heaven and earth. Although the intent realms of the 2 sabers were different, they fused together in an extremely ingenious manner, making it impossible for Lin to escape. However, Lin didn't need to escape. He merely pulled out a chaotic alloy brick. This should be Eliza's strongest attack, and Lin sensed danger from this move. These 2 blades really had the power to injure him. Rumble! The saber light landed on the black brick, and the destructive power caused everything within a 10-kilometer radius to be reduced to dust. The aftermath of the saber radiance even flattened the surrounding mountains. Eliza panted heavily, her face filled with hatred as she looked in a certain direction. He took my red snow blade will head on. Even if he doesn't die, he should be heavily injured, right? Then her eyes gradually widened as she looked forward in disbelief. How? How is this possible? A massive black brick appeared in the distance, silently floating in the air. And Lin calmly walked out from the black brick with a mysterious smile on his face. "Thank you," he said with a smile. "Thank me for what?" Eliza had a bad feeling about this. It really wasn't easy. "Thank you for helping me complete the mission." And Lin laughed heartily. God of War Heaven blasting cannon. No living being can stand on the God of War's head. If there is blasted down, the activation condition is that the other party has to look down on the host, and the host can burn vital energy to unleash this spell technique. However, it can only be used once a day. That's right, Eliza's hatred had already reached the required level. Right now, and Lin had already successfully learned the God of War Heaven blasting cannon. "Didn't you want me to attack you? I'll fulfill your wish now." And Lin slowly descended to the ground before looking up at Eliza, who was hovering in midair. This angle was just right, and he could see a pair of slender, snow-white legs under her tattered robe. Tui! No, he could activate the God of War Heaven blasting cannon. All of a sudden, Eliza's hair stood on end as the threat of death surged toward her like a tidal wave. And Lin curled his fingers together, and vital energy instantly surged for over 50 kilometers. At the same time, The sea of vital energy within his body began to churn as he frantically extracted vital energy from his body. The golden ball of light between his palms became brighter and brighter, and its might became more and more terrifying. Under the night sky, the light between Lynn's palms lit up the entire night sky. A feeling of being locked on made Eliza's body tremble. She immediately constructed over a dozen different types of defensive spell techniques and used her strongest dual saber defensive immortal array. Right at this moment, and Lynn's hands had already reached out toward Eliza. No one can look down on me. Go, God of War Heaven blasting cannon. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The ground under Lynn's feet instantly caved in with a radius of over a kilometer. Golden light shot out from his palms and soared into the sky. Heaven and earth split apart wherever it passed. It was as if billions of living beings were roaring in indignation and wanted to shatter the heavens. This was a cannon that wanted to blast the heavens. The instant Eliza saw the heaven-blasting cannon, she fell into despair. That energy cannon was really going to blast the heavens, and she was just cannon fodder who had accidentally blocked the cannon's path. Boom! 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 The dozen or so defensive spell techniques that Eliza had cast were easily destroyed. Her strongest dual saber defensive immortal array was also destroyed after a short period of time. Ah! Eliza let out the most ecstatic scream she had ever let loose. The golden cannon engulfed the woman in ragged clothes. Finally, it pierced through the heavens and reached a place infinitely high and infinitely far. It was as if it was a golden pillar that connected heaven and earth. Starbucks, Burke, and Simpson, the three supreme beings of the return to void stage, were all stupefied when they saw the cannon blast that seemed like it was going to destroy the heavens. Was this a technique that a soul formation stage cultivator could use? Gasp! This cannon blast is so F***king powerful. And Lynn, who had cast this spell technique, stared blankly at the scene before him. He was also extremely astonished. It was as if his body had been sucked dry and his aura was extremely weak. He could only silently take out a few high-rank spirit pills and stuff them into his mouth like jelly beans to replenish his vitality. Then he dashed over and took Eliza's storage ring. As for that masochist, she had already been blasted into smithereens by the god of war heaven blasting cannon. The green-clothed woman smiled. It seems like the mission has been completed. It's about time for you to die. She turned around and looked emotionlessly at the sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, Starbucks. Her dragon sparrow sword whistled through the air once again. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Starbucks roared in rage. He brandished his crimson sword and stabbed it toward the woman in front of him. His attack was extremely powerful. However, the despair and fear in his eyes betrayed his emotions. The soul formation stage male in the distance was extremely powerful. However, the woman before him was also an immeasurably powerful freak. The holy vermilion bird's cry was like the cry of the 9 heavens. An extremely terrifying sword projection tore through Starbuck's sword stab and shattered his crimson sword. Finally, his body was engulfed by the sword projection. In the darkness of the night, a white flaming sword projection suddenly pierced through the sky, lighting up the entire world. The gigantic head atop the mountain peak was finally sliced in half by this sword projection, and it tumbled down from the top of the mountain. Xiaolan's final sword strike killed all the blood tribe cultivators in the hall, including Starbucks. The Bone Demon Blood sect no longer existed in this world. Chapter 1097. Following the deaths of Eliza and Starbucks, Burke and Simpson, who were in the sky, started to panic. They used all sorts of methods to escape. Simpson, who was being held back by Yao Ji, found it extremely difficult to escape. Yao Ji was capable of spatial skipping, and her swordsmanship was also extremely powerful. He had only managed to put some distance between himself and Yao Ji, but Yao Ji was already right in front of him. It looked like Gundam 3 was actually easier to deal with since He didn't know how to use spatial skipping. Burke had already made up his mind to use his life-burning, mystic technique, thousand blood clone technique. A viscous black cloud expanded in all directions, enshrouding the entire sky. Thousands of Balks rushed out from the black cloud and fled in all directions. Not only did they all look the same, but their auras were also the same. Hee, every single one of them is me. Let's see how you're going to chase after me. The thousands of Balks laughed in unison as they fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Countless photons flashed past Gundam 3's eyes at this moment, and an electromagnetic field instantly expanded for over 50 kilometers. Life source analysis. Whoosh! The energy thrusters behind Gundam 3 exploded with a blinding light, and a sonic boom erupted. Its body transformed into a streak of white light as it pounced toward one of the Balks. As it closed in, the superparticle sword in its hand slashed toward the black-robed male with rage. Impossible. Burke's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately whipped out countless chains from his sleeves to bind the superparticle sword. His escape plan was foiled just like that. Don't underestimate the top-notch mechanical creations of the Purple Star. Robots are the best at finding differences. An ethereal voice traveled over from afar. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly plunged into boundless darkness. His 5 senses were completely lost, and his divine sense was completely obscured. Burke suddenly felt an indescribable pain tearing through his body, from his head all the way to his thighs. Even his consciousness was being torn apart at the same time. When the stars and moon appeared in the sky again, the male was already howling in agony. Behind him, a male wielding a black sword stood silently. His body was slowly dislocated, and he was completely sliced in half. Blood splattered through the air, and Lin snapped his fingers, and the holy vermilion flame surged forth, incinerating Burke's body into nothingness. Gundam 3, hurry, and help Yao Ji, and Lin said as he picked up the storage ring. On the other side of the battlefield, Simpson was also a spent force. He detected the deaths of the 3 returned to void stage mighty figures through his divine sense, and a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. At the same time, a hint of fear and insanity welled up in his heart. He had already given up on escaping, because he really couldn't escape, and he couldn't defeat the enchantress in front of him. Simpson was struggling. He was waiting for an opportunity. After a short while, Gundam 3 also arrived and joined in on the attack. The pressure on Simpson skyrocketed. His divine body, which he was most proud of, was already riddled with wounds. At this moment, the white figure finally appeared. "Fellow Taoist, listen to me," Simpson shouted, and Lin remained silent as he continued to approach Simpson. At the same time, he secretly commanded Gundam 3 and Yao Ji to attack the Blood Tribe mighty figure with all their might. Boom, 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 Simpson was engulfed in a terrifying photovoltaic cannon. A rather charred man flew out from the center of the energy explosion and shouted, "Don't kill me! If you want to continue to obtain the blood of the sacred ancestor, I have a way and channel to do so." And Lin's mouth twitched. He gave this condition 0 marks. "My entire body is filled with the blood of the sacred ancestor. Why would I want that? You King say you have a way and channel to obtain it? You want to beat me until I bleed, then make me lick my own wounds?" A disdainful expression appeared on Simpson's face at the sight of Lin still charging toward him. He was a little dumbstruck as a sense of absurdity welled up in his heart. Not only had his words failed to tempt Lin, but he had instead been scorned. "You forced me to do this. If you don't accept this condition, then I'll take you down with me." Simpson's expression was ferocious as he abruptly stabbed his hand into his own heart. His muscular body quickly wilted, and the blood within his body also evaporated. His body shriveled up like a deflated balloon, and he soon became nothing more than a bag of bones. At the same time, his vitality was also extinguished in that instant. And Lin's expression faltered upon seeing this. Was he committing suicide? No. How could an opponent like him, who was still trying to find a way to beg for his life, commit suicide so easily? And Lin was still in a daze. But Yao Ji wasn't going to waste time on meaningless emotions. She immediately unleashed a burst of dark purple dragon flames at the emaciated corpse. The purple flames were imbued with extremely high temperatures and corrosive properties, and the corpse was instantly incinerated into a cloud of smoke. Yao Ji made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a powerful gravitational force sucked Simpson's storage ring into her hand. Her movements were extremely smooth and fluid, and the onlookers couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The purple flames hadn't even dissipated when a grayish-white projection suddenly extended a sharp claw and leaped out of the flames, charging toward Lin at an extremely terrifying speed. A prey's consciousness form. Yao Ji's eyes flashed with a white light, and she extended her hands toward the grayish-white projection. Countless pink chains, which were also projections, shot forth as fast as lightning. Ha ha ha. My consciousness form can unleash power for a short period of time, and it's far more powerful than my previous power. The consciousness form Simpson chortled with glee as he evaded Yao Ji's chains with a ghostly movement technique. Gundam 3 positioned itself in front of Lin, and it slashed its sword toward Simpson. Simpson's grayish-white projection suddenly became even more illusory and insubstantial. Gundam 3's sword pierced through Simpson's body, but it was unable to inflict any damage. Not only that, but Simpson's sword pierced right through Gundam 3's body and pounced toward Lin at an extremely fast speed. Soul ignition possession. Simpson's grayish-white projection instantly erupted with a dazzling light, and the powerful power of his consciousness surged forth like a massive wave, reaching its peak condition. His true objective wasn't to perish within Lin. Instead, he was going to corrode Lin's consciousness and take over his body. Ha ha ha. Such a good body, I won't hold back then. A greedy expression appeared on Simpson's face, and he extended his crimson claws in an attempt to tear Lin's consciousness apart. And Lin was momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of Simpson's fearsome power of his consciousness. But a smile appeared on his face instead. Perfect! I'll use you to practice my saber skills. He had obtained the 2nd grade immortal pill, the Dark Phoenix Dead Spirit Pill, from killing the Black Fox Empress. This immortal pill was refined using the bone marrow of a mythological beast, the Dark Phoenix. Not only could consumption enhance one's divine sense and absorb the power of dark flames, but there was also a certain chance that one could comprehend the Tao of the Dark Phoenix. And Lin had already consumed this immortal pill back in the West Sea. To be honest, I really do have a lot of fate with phoenixes. His eyes suddenly became pitch black, and everything around him became deathly silent. It was as if a black phoenix with an indistinct face had flown out from his body and was circling around him. The power of the divine Tao comparable to that of a pinnacle stage of the return to void stage erupted forth. Come out. Divine Soul Technique, Dark Phoenix Saber. Chapter 1098. The indistinct black phoenix beside him suddenly hovered in front of him before materializing into a black saber with a chilling sharpness. The dark phoenix existed in dreams, and its dance brought all living beings to paradise. This was the Dark Phoenix Tao that Lin had attained after ingesting the Dark Phoenix Undead Spirit Pill. It was an offensive spell technique belonging to the divine spirit lineage, the Dark Phoenix Blade, an extremely powerful divine spirit that was comparable to that of a cultivator at the return to void pinnacle stage, coupled with a divine spirit spell technique from the Phoenix lineage. How terrifying would it be? Simpson, who had been laughing heartily a moment ago, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How can your divine spirit be so powerful as well? He roared in shock and horror, and Lin chuckled, because I'm omnipotent. Simpson. He knew that there was no way out, and his crimson claw slashed toward the black blade. Extreme demonic blood blade. The crimson blade slashed down with a power that was enough to tear apart the divine spirit of a return to void stage mighty figure. The demonic sound of tens of thousands of wailing ghosts also appeared at this moment. The dark phoenix blade seemed to sense something and slashed down as well. This slash seemed to have drawn the entire world into a deep slumber. Everything fell into eternal darkness. The wailing ghosts disappeared, and Simpson's crimson claw was also devoured. No, there was a look of horror on his face. In the end, his divine spirit was also devoured by this slash. After the darkness, everything became quiet again. Only specks of starlight shone under the moonlight. There was no trace of Simpson in this world anymore. And Lin looked at the empty void and shook his head slightly. He sighed with emotion. There really isn't a single one who can fight. All right, there's no one else here. They're all dead. Who's going to watch you flex now? A crisp and pleasant voice sounded from behind him, and Lin turned around and saw Su Xiaolan flying toward him on her sword. She glared at him. Not only that, but she was also gripping the dragon sparrow sword tightly. There seemed to be a killing intent. Let's go. Why are you still in a daze? Are you waiting for the other ancestors to come and take revenge? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but remind Lin again when she saw that he had no intention of running away. And Lin returned to his senses and looked at the ruins of the Bone Demon Blood sect in the distance. He said with some reluctance, "Have you finished looting all the treasures?" "You're done looting? If you're done fighting, then you're going to take the treasure. Otherwise, I'm just going to watch you show off. We've also killed all of the enemies, but there seems to be a blood tribe member who used voice transmission talismans to leak the news." Su Xiaolan replied with a hint of disappointment in her voice. "There's one more thing I have to do." And Lin suddenly flew towards the Bone Demon Blood sect. "Hey, what else do you want to do?" Su Xiaolan shouted and followed him. And Lin looked at the ruins of the Bone Demon Blood sect and quickly found a relatively independent space. Su Xiaolan came to her senses and recalled that this was where the auction items of the blood-tasting festival were stored. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I really didn't expect you to be so kind." And Lin slashed open the space with his sword, revealing all kinds of powerful living beings that were on the verge of death. "I'm not going to save them. I'm going to stab a living being to death." Su Xiaolan, how much hatred do you have? I also want to know. Little Xia keeps urging me to do this. And Lin laughed bitterly. He also had a confused expression on his face. He released a dozen or so intelligent living beings from different races. They bowed to Lin and Su Xiaolan in gratitude and thanked them profusely. And Lin finally arrived in front of the powerful being from the Darkwing tribe. He waved the evil-slaying sword in his hand and asked curiously, "Hey, brother, do you recognize this sword?" The Darkwing tribe being was tied to a cross and looked hopefully at Lin. However, his expression changed drastically when he saw the evil-slaying sword. "This is Splat." The evil-slaying sword suddenly pierced into the Darkwing tribe being's heart. The Darkwing tribe being was dumbfounded. Su Xiaolan was given a fright, and Lin was also dumbfounded. He scolded, "Holy F***, Little Xia, why did you move yourself? You should at least let him finish speaking first." "I'm not interested." The evil-slaying sword's cold voice traveled over, and Lin's lips twitched. "I'm interested." The evil-slaying sword ignored him, and Lin turned his gaze toward the astonished Darkwing tribe Cultivator and explained, "Brother, you might not believe me when I tell you this, but I didn't want to stab you. The sword moved on its own." The Darkwing tribe being's lips twitched. "I believe you," and Lin. The Darkwing tribe being was dead. The evil-slaying sword buzzed as if it had completed a mission and fell into a deep, slumber again. And Lin was dazed for a moment before using his divine flame to cremate the Darkwing tribe being. However, his mind was filled with questions. Why did little Xia want to kill the Darkwing tribe being so badly? Also, why did the Darkwing tribe being seem to know that the evil slaying sword wanted to kill them? And Lin asked the evil slaying sword a few questions with his consciousness. However, the replies he received were guess, not telling, humph, and a cold and aloof silence. We're done here. Let's go. And Lin asked the evil slaying sword many times to no avail. He decided to get down to business first. The two of them flew toward Lincoln City, leaving behind a pile of rubble. High up in the sky, a black brick flew toward the east at an extremely fast speed. And Lin and Su Xiaolan sat on the black brick and eagerly counted their spoils of war. My luck is pretty good. I've obtained 3 return to void stage, mighty figures, spoils of war. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan sheepishly as he said this. The treasures of the 3 most powerful mighty figures had all been plundered by him. He was worried that Su Xiaolan would be disappointed. However, Su Xiaolan's eyes were curved into crescents. My luck is also pretty good. I've obtained many blood, tribe, mighty figures, spoils of war. And Lin saw that Su Xiaolan seemed to be in a good mood, so he continued to count his spoils of war. He refined the 3 storage rings and counted the spirit stones first. Soon, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. This is great. There are actually 8,200,000 spirit stones in here. On average, each person has over 2 million spirit stones. These mighty figures have all prepared a lot of spirit stones for this blood-tasting festival. An elated expression also appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. My gains are also quite good. I did a rough calculation and found that I obtained 14 million spirit stones. And Lin's hand trembled, and the storage rings fell onto the brick in fright. How many spirit stones did you say you had? And Lin's eyes widened. 14 million spirit stones. Su Xiaolan smiled with faint dimples. She was clearly in a good mood. And Lin, what the F***? Was there something wrong with the way he opened it? He had worked himself to the bone and killed the 3 big bosses with all his might. Yet the money he had obtained was actually so much less than Su Xiaolan, who had dealt with the small monsters. As if she had seen in Lin's astonishment and confusion, Su Xiaolan explained in a very considerate manner. Actually, for this blood-tasting festival, even the mighty figures of medium-sized sects will gather resources to participate in the competition. Moreover, there are also some representatives. It's very likely that they have a top-notch sect behind them. That's right, that makes sense, and Lin came to a sudden realization. Some mighty figures didn't come, but their money did. In this way, wouldn't they have formed enmity with many awesome sects? However, this method of earning money seemed to be a bit fast. Xiaolan, I have a bold idea, and Lin, you'd better obediently stay here for now. If you lack money, I'll give it to you. Chapter 1099. And Lin was slightly moved as he looked at the solemn expression on Su Xiaolan's face. The 2 blood tribe versions of Enlin and Su Xiaolan had finally tasted the taste of sudden riches after experiencing an earth-shattering battle. And Lin was itching to make a move. Su Xiaolan put a stop to Enlin's bold idea with a serious expression. At such a sensitive time, it was enough to provoke a wave of blood tribe cultivators. If they continued and alerted a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, their lives would be in danger. And Lin thought about it for a moment and felt like this made sense. They had offended not just 1 or 2 powers this time. Instead, they had offended a large group of blood tribe cultivators. A Dao integration stage super mighty figure might really come. It was better for them to return to Lincoln City. The 2 of them continued to sort through their spoils of war. Su Xiaolan didn't have many high-rank spoils of war. The most she had were high-rank spirit tools and high-rank spirit pills. Although they were low-rank, there was a lot of them who didn't have 1 or 2 life-saving spirit pills in their storage rings. With so many blood tribe cultivators' spoils of war, it was a massive amount of wealth. Although Lin didn't have many spoils of war, all of them were of the highest quality. There were 16 spirit tools, 46 spirit pills for immortal pills, and 1 immortal tool. All of these were truly top-notch items. The immortal tool was obtained from Simpson's storage ring. It was called the Blood Soul Cross. It could use one's own blood and consciousness to suppress the opponent's life. It was an intermediate rank immortal tool. This was a very practical immortal tool. Unfortunately, Simpson encountered a non-living Yao Ji, and then he encountered Lin with an extremely terrifying consciousness. He didn't even get a chance to show off his immortal tool before he died. As for the 4 immortal pills, they were all 7th grade immortal pills. They were called blood replenishing immortal pills, and they were blood replenishing immortal pills. They could quickly replenish one's blood and heal one's injuries, so they were very popular among blood tribe cultivators. The blood tribe had a very deep understanding of this type of blood immortal pills, so they were of extremely high quality. And Lin happily put these things away, feeling carefree in his heart. Sure enough, killing and robbing is the fastest way to earn money. He couldn't help but sigh. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. If you always stand by the river, your shoes will get wet. I'm warning you again. Please put away your bold idea. And Lin really couldn't hold back his Qilin arm. His total assets were now more than 94 million spirit stones, and he was very close to his goal of 100 million spirit stones. So be it. Let's go back to the Kingdom of the 9 States and find another opportunity to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and wipe out a few demonic sections. And Lin repressed his impulsiveness and compromised. Su Xiaolan heaved a forlorn sigh. The Kingdom of the 9 States has the Celestial Court, the 4 great immortal sects, and the 9 imperials, so there's no room for powerful demonic sections. All that's left are some small fries. Even if there's a demonic sect with a void return expert, they'll still have to tuck their tails between their legs. And Lin nodded in agreement. At least within the Kingdom of the 9 States, there were no truly lawless villains left. Even if they wanted to do something bad, they would do it in secret and still have to flaunt that they were a righteous sect. Only those who had a screw loose and didn't want to live would openly antagonize the public, proclaiming that they were from a certain demonic sect or publicizing the evil cultivation techniques that their sect cultivated. It was precisely because of this imbalance in power between the righteous and the villains that it was extremely difficult for Lin to get rich by eliminating the demonic sects in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Just as Lin was itching to earn his last bucket of gold. In the core region of the dark marshlands, inside the Ling Shui sect, a cold and elegant woman with golden hair, crimson eyes, and blood-red hair was looking at a piece of information with a dark expression. She was dressed in a white robe with a tight waist. Humph! Someone actually dares to disrupt the blood-tasting festival and ruin my holy leader's grand plan. They're looking down on me, holy disciple Cassidy. Since they're so eager to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cassidy crossed her fingers, and there was a fierce glint in her eyes. Men, have the Ling Shui Godly Battle Team investigate this matter with all their might. Ask our tribe's great divination master, Feng Wian, to assist in the investigation. At the same time, report this matter to Emperor Yi Deng. After issuing a series of instructions, she dialed a voice transmission talisman to a certain man. Hey, Tobias! Our holy leader's plan to develop underground forces has been foiled by a certain arrogant guy. Huh, you want to go personally? You've only just broken through to the return to void final stage, and your cultivation base hasn't stabilized yet, right? The other party might be a bit strong, but even 4 return to void stage cultivators were killed. What? You want to bring that thing over? All right, I understand. The holy leader's dignity cannot be violated. After ending the voice transmission talisman, A cold smile suddenly appeared on Cassidy's cold and elegant face. No matter who you are, you're going to die for sure. Cassidy was extremely confident. This time, she had already set up a trap. Even if the other party was a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, they wouldn't be able to escape from her grasp. She had initially planned to give Lynn a present, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Cassidy was extremely displeased. She pondered for a moment before transforming into a streak of crimson light that soared into the sky. Achoo! And Lynn couldn't help but sneeze. You're already at the soul formation stage, but you can still sneeze? Su Xiaolan was a little surprised, and Lin rubbed his nose with a smile. Perhaps someone is thinking of me. Su Xiaolan dragged out her voice as she stared intently at Lin, and Lin hurriedly explained, I'm talking about my dog. Dubai is thinking of me. Su Xiaolan, oh. The two of them flew toward Lincoln City atop their brick. Although it was only tens of thousands of kilometers away, it would still take some time to get there. However, it didn't matter. The two of them were extremely secretive, so the chances of them being caught were almost zero. In the central region of the dark marshlands, within the divine palace of life, Emperor Yi Deng fell silent upon hearing a piece of news. A suspected blood tribe mighty figure slaughtered over 1,000 blood tribe cultivators during the blood-tasting festival of the Bone Demon Blood Sect for a precious treasure? In order to do this, it would require at least several return to void intermediate stage mighty figures, or at least one supreme mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, right? As for Tao integration stage mighty figures, if they had attacked in the dark marshlands, there was no way he wouldn't have sensed them. In reality, it was not uncommon for sects to be annihilated for a certain treasure in the dark marshlands. However, it was extremely rare for 4 return to void stage mighty figures to perish at the same time. The last time something like this had happened was last year. That was an extremely painful memory. Furthermore, all of the return to void stage mighty figures under his command had perished. Wait, last year? Emperor Yi Deng's expression suddenly darkened. Wasn't the end-of-term examination for the students of the Celestial Court? Was this a coincidence, or all kinds of information began to connect, and a certain speculation flashed through Emperor Yi Deng's mind? Boom! A streak of crimson light soared into the sky from the divine palace of life. It tore through space and hurtled toward a certain location. Chapter 1100. Within the ruins of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, great divination Master Feng Wuyan unleashed a golden domain that encompassed a radius of close to 10 kilometers. 2 blood tribe mighty figures in blood-colored robes stood in the same spot, and an extremely vast and terrifying aura radiated from their bodies. They were 2 of the 3 holy disciples of the blood tribe, Cassidy and Tobias. As for Merlin, he was coordinating all the resources available to the blood tribe to search for the escapees. There aren't many of them, only 3 to 4 people. Furthermore, they have lightning, fire, and sword techniques. They even have some high-level weapons that are a combination of technology and cultivation. Feng Wuyan pointed toward a certain direction in the east. According to the marks on the ground, the direction of the wind, and the direction of the vital energy surge, they've most likely headed in that direction. The east? There don't seem to be any strongholds of large forces in that direction. Cassidy's brows furrowed slightly. Another rumble erupted from the sky. A crimson light filled the entire sky. A man in a blood-colored imperial robe appeared from the clouds. He looked down at the marks on the ground with an indifferent expression, and his power of the divine Tao erupted forth without reservation. Emperor Yi Deng. Tobias bowed slightly. Cassidy, holy disciple Tobias. Emperor Yi Deng also nodded in greeting. The status of the holy disciples was extremely high, and they were almost comparable to Tao integration stage blood tribe emperors. Thus, they treated each other as equals, and there was no difference in status. Feng Nguyen, who was only at the return to void final stage, bowed respectfully toward the Emperor in the sky. After combining the information they had received, they flew toward a certain direction at the same time. Cassidy transmitted her voice to Tobias. Tobias, why is Emperor Yi Deng so enthusiastic about this matter? He rushed here without any hesitation, as if he's afraid that the culprit will escape. Is he hiding something from us? Tobias nodded. Could it be someone that Emperor Yi Deng knows? Or is it an enemy of his? However, what is the basis of his deduction? He didn't seem to have received much information at the time. It is indeed rare for him to rush here so quickly. However, it doesn't matter as long as the result is the same. Anyone who obstructs the holy leader's plan must die. At this moment in the western region of the dark marshlands, and Lin was flying on his brick at an extremely fast speed. I have a bad feeling about this, Su Xiaolan suddenly said. It's as if there are enemies approaching us. Don't worry, it's just destroying a lair of the Bone Devil Blood sect. Setting aside whether or not they'll be able to detect us, even if they do, we'll still be able to hold our own against mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage. And Lin offered words of consolation. What if it's a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure? Su Xiaolan asked. Dao integration stage, super mighty figures aren't that easy to mobilize. Big shots like them would definitely plan carefully and think about it before deciding whether to make a move or not. When that time comes, we'll have already escaped back to the kingdom of the 9 states, who will be able to track us down. And Lin was confident in his victory. Then, in the distant horizon, boundless red clouds suddenly appeared. And Lin, look behind us! Su Xiaolan exclaimed. And Lin had already sensed it with his powerful divine sense. He couldn't help but gasp. There's no need to look anymore. Hurry, crush the jade talisman of the Celestial Court and ask for reinforcements. Use the highest grade jade talisman. Su Xiaolan immediately crushed the jade talisman and unleashed her aura to lock onto the enemy's location. What rank is the enemy? She asked urgently, and Lin spoke with difficulty. Dao integration stage. Do I have the mouth of a crow? Su Xiaolan was on the verge of tears. Don't say that. My mouth is poisonous. And Lin was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. F***CK. He had just said that a Dao integration stage super mighty figure wouldn't be able to attack so decisively, and the enemy immediately pounced toward them. Furthermore, they had easily locked onto their location. It felt like they knew that they would run toward them. Could it be that the Dao integration stage super mighty figure had guessed something? And Lin unleashed his divine sense to the fullest, and he could sense the immense pressure emanating from the red clouds in the distance. That power was extremely vast, and it was imbued with an unstoppable might and hostility. It was getting closer and closer. A majestic voice traveled over from the distance. I'll give you 10 seconds to surrender, and I'll grant you a more comfortable death. Rumble. Red clouds began to spread over the entire sky, and a rich stench of blood permeated the entire space. A man in an imperial robe with blood dragons leaped toward them at an extremely fast speed. As expected, he was a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure. Su Xiaolan's features paled slightly, and her heart rate also began to accelerate. You want to leave after killing several return to void stage, super mighty figures of our blood tribe? Do you really think that you can come and go as you please in the dark marshlands? Another pleasant voice traveled over. 3 blood tribe, super mighty figures began to appear behind Emperor Yi Deng. 2 of them wore white holy disciple robes, while 1 wore a crimson golden robe. They were none other than the blood tribe, holy disciples, Cassidy and Tobias, as well as the great divination master, Feng Nguyen. And Lin and Su Xiaolan turned to look at the majestic Cassidy and Tobias, who had suddenly appeared behind them. Cassidy and Tobias also saw the frantically fleeing Enlil and Su Xiaolan. The ferocious Cassidy and Tobias were dumbstruck. Enlil and Su Xiaolan, who wore grave and panicked expressions, were also dumbstruck. This scene in their eyes was so absurd. Was there something wrong with this? Cassidy's eyes widened. The enemy that she was desperately pursuing to obstruct the Holy Leader's plan was actually the Holy Leader herself. And Lin was also momentarily dazed by the scenes unfolding before him. The enemy that was desperately pursuing me was actually my servant? What a joke! So you're the ones who killed Buck and Starbucks of the Bone Demon Blood sect, Simpson of the Heavenly Scorpion sect, and Eliza of the Red Snow sect. Emperor Yi Deng's eyes glowed with a divine light as he spoke in a thunderous voice. He made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the space within a radius of 50 kilometers was sealed by an extremely terrifying spatial power. This was a cage created by a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and Lin and Su Xiaolan had nowhere to run. Huh? What Buck? What are you talking about, senior? I'm just an ordinary soul formation stage, cultivator. And Lin came to his senses and spoke with a panicked expression. That's right, we're just cultivators sent here by the humans to survey the terrain. Su Xiaolan immediately understood what Lin was implying, and she began to spout nonsense to stall for time. Right now, their only hope of survival was to stall for time and wait for reinforcements from the celestial court. Emperor Yi Deng's brows furrowed. Judging from the cultivation bases of the two cultivators before him, they were indeed at the soul formation stage. This couldn't be faked. 2 soul formation stage cultivators were able to kill for return to void stage cultivators and annihilate over 1,000 blood tribe cultivators? This was a bit absurd. There was practically no possibility of this happening. Could it be that he had found the wrong people? No. Last year, it was said that his son also suffered a loss at the hands of a strangely strong cultivator in the deity transformation realm. Furthermore, the identity of that soul formation stage cultivator had already been verified. That cultivator was most likely also the murderer of his son. It's all connected. All of the clues have been connected. No wonder this man looked so familiar. Emperor Yi Deng roared in rage. So it's you and Lin. And Lin. Chapter 1101. Emperor Yi Deng had finally seen through Lin's disguise. Everything pointed toward Lin. He was the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. He was only at the soul formation stage, but he was able to fight against return to void final stage mighty figures. That's right, if it was him, then everything made sense. A terrifying crimson aura swept forth again, causing the space around them to twist and crack. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's breathing faltered at the same time, and their bodies instantly tensed up as they stared intently at Emperor Yi Deng. Although Emperor Yi Deng didn't have any evidence to prove his suspicions, he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person escape. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had to die here. Right at this moment, an enraged roar suddenly sounded. So you're Lin. You dared to kill my brother Simpson. Today, I'm going to avenge my fallen brother. Tobias roared. He raised his hand and summoned a crimson jade seal with a divine seal on it. This was a relic of the Blood Patriarch that he had obtained after progressing to the return to void final stage in the Holy Land of the Blood Patriarch, the divine heaven-sealing seal. It was also a mystic treasure that he had planned to use to kill mighty figures. Demonic slaughter space. Tobias roared as he attacked first. The crimson jade seal suddenly expanded, and the aura of the Blood Patriarch erupted forth. Tobias charged toward Lin atop the divine heaven-sealing seal. Cassidy also let loose an enraged roar as she stabbed her sword toward Lin. Be *starred. Give me back my bestie Eliza's life. Boom! A crimson halo imbued with extremely terrifying spatial power burst forth from the divine heaven-sealing seal before enshrouding Tobias, Cassidy, Lin, and Su Xiaolan. I'm invincible in my demonic slaughter space. Tobias chortled with glee. In the blink of an eye, the spatial power of the mystic treasure erupted, and all four of them were sucked into the divine heaven-sealing seal at the same time. Emperor Yi Deng stared at the empty space in front of him and the divine heaven-sealing seal, and he faltered momentarily before flying into a rage. Have those two gone insane? I can kill them with a single slap if I leave them outside. However, he could understand the actions of the two chosen. After all, the deceased Alyssa and Simpson did indeed have some ties with Cassidy and Tobias. As for whether they were brothers or best friends, he didn't know. However, it was understandable that he was eager to take revenge with his own hands. Idiot! Without Tobias activating the divine heaven-sealing seal, even Emperor Yi Deng wouldn't be able to enter the demonic slaughter space. He could only let loose a string of curses before continuing to idle around. That's right, Emperor Yi Deng could only wait outside like an idiot for the outcome of the battle inside. Beside the great emperor was the great divination master, Feng Huiyan. He was also at a loss throughout the entire process. The development of the situation was a little out of his expectations. Meanwhile, within the demonic slaughter space, this was a space of death where the sky was dark and the ground had turned into a sea of blood. Dense blood qi and demonic qi filled the space. The owner of this space could borrow the power of the demonic slaughter space to continuously suppress and kill the living beings that were sucked into this space. However, at this moment, the creature that was sucked into this space was sitting on a chair, enjoying the leg massage from the owner of this space. Tobias, your forceful intervention was very clever and allowed you to temporarily evade Emperor Yi Deng's attack. However, don't think that just because you're giving me a massage now, it's time for you to explain to me what's going on, right? And Lin harumphed coldly. Tobias silently turned toward Cassidy. A faint blush appeared on Cassidy's beautiful face, and a rare expression of embarrassment appeared on her face as she explained. That's the person that I prepared for you was suddenly killed. So I'm very angry, Tobias admitted. I was the one who wanted to avenge you at all costs. Cassidy pursed her lips with an aggrieved and self-reproachful expression. I was the one who found great divination Master Feng Huiyan and Emperor Yi Deng. And Lin, he was very touched by the loyalty of these two people. So in order to avenge Enlin, you tried your best to hunt down Enlin? Su Xiaolan was astonished. Cassidy and Tobias nodded awkwardly but politely, and Lin covered his face with his hands. What the F***CK is going on? Not only was he being screwed over by his beast pets and disciple, but now even his servant was screwed over. They were pushing him directly into the ranks of Dao integration stage super mighty figures. What the F***CK was he supposed to do now? Cassidy's eyes glistened with a bright blush. But, Holy Leader, isn't this a type of fate? To think that we would be able to meet under such circumstances. This is simply too miraculous. And Lin's lips twitched. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word miraculous? This is an ill-fated fate. Do you understand what ill-fated fate is? We're going to die here. That won't happen, Holy Leader. I won't let you die here, even if I have to give up my life. Cassidy patted her massive chest with a solemn expression. Holy Leader, my divine heaven-sealing seal is an artifact left behind by the Blood Patriarch. Without my permission, even Emperor Yi Deng won't be able to force his way into its demonic slaughter space. We can stall for time here. Tobias also offered words of consolation. How long can we stall for? 20 minutes. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. 20 minutes should be enough. The powerful beings of the Celestial Court should be able to get here during this time. This mystic treasure of mine is very special. It can isolate all auras. Even the emperors of the Celestial Court might not be able to detect the location of the aura released by you after you crush the distress talisman. Tobias suddenly said, and Lin felt like he had been scammed again. But don't worry, the emperors of the celestial court should be able to detect the location of your aura at the very last moment. So they should be able to track you here. Tobias hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but ask, I have a question. Can the divine heaven sealing seal be taken away? This was a very important question. Tobias, normal people can't. However, mighty figures who have attained the power of the divine Tao can forcibly take it away, but they won't be able to store it in their storage ring. Su Xiaolan and Lin, so you're saying that we can only wait and see if Emperor Yi Deng is retarded? What if he has some intelligence and moves the divine heaven-sealing seal somewhere else? Then the emperors of the celestial court won't be able to locate us. And Lin's expression darkened. Tobias nodded. You could say that. Everyone fell silent again, gambling on the intelligence of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Was there any hope? Xiaolan, I love you. And Lin, I love you too. And Lin and Xiaolan embraced each other tightly, enjoying the final moments of their lives. Cassidy and Tobias were also extremely moved by this scene. It was as if they were going to part forever. Holy Leader, I love you too. Cassidy was extremely emotional. Holy Leader, I love you too. Tears welled up in Tobias' eyes. Piss off. And Lin didn't want to speak to them anymore, and he glowered at them. Chapter 11:02. Outside the demonic slaughter space. The divine heaven-sealing seal revolved in the air, emanating a faint red glow. 10 minutes had passed since Tobias and Lin and the others had entered the demonic slaughter space. Great divination Master Feng Yan couldn't help but interject. Emperor Yi Deng, should we move the divine heaven-sealing seal to another location? What if those two humans sent a signal earlier? Emperor Yi Deng harumphed coldly. Do you think I haven't thought of this possibility? Those two humans have fallen into the demonic slaughter space, and with the powers of holy disciples Tobias and Cassidy, they're dead for sure. He slowly pulled out a pitch-black spike, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. As for why I'm still here, it's because I'm waiting for that emperor to come. Ever since I speculated that this matter has something to do with my son, Layden, I've prepared something good for them. It's time to settle the score from last time. Emperor Yi Deng's eyes were as cold as glaciers that would never melt. Emperor Tian Huang, if you come today, even if I don't kill you, I'll make sure you lose a piece of flesh. Layden's death might have something to do with Lin and the others. However, it was definitely related to Emperor Tian Huang. He was the one who had severely wounded Layden, and he was the one who had interfered when Emperor Yi Deng was avenging his son. As a result, Emperor Yi Deng didn't even have a chance to confirm the identity of the person who had killed his son. He had already made a mental note of this. Now was the time for him to exact his revenge. He's here. Emperor Yi Deng seemed to have sensed something, and he looked toward the horizon. Heaven and earth rumbled incessantly. A huge rift was suddenly torn open in the sky that was filled with red clouds. A figure stepped through the air, and the red clouds scattered in his wake. No, it's not Emperor Tian Huang. Emperor Yi Deng's expression shifted slightly. This aura is even more terrifying than Emperor Tian Huang's. It's as if it represents the will of the heavens. Dong! The sound of a large bell reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The red clouds were completely scattered by a mighty sound wave. The return to void final stage Feng Wuyan trembled in fear. He stared blankly at the white figure in the sky, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It's you, Celestial Darch. Emperor Yi Deng's eyes widened. Hee, long time no see, Emperor Yi Deng. I'm very touched that you intentionally stayed here to wait for me. The Celestial Darch strode over with a warm smile on his face, traversing dozens of kilometers with each step. Emperor Yi Deng roared with rage in his heart. Who the F***CK is waiting for you? I'm waiting for Emperor Tian Huang. Speaking of which, Wasn't Emperor Tianhuang in charge of the dark marshlands? Why wasn't he the one who came? Emperor Yi Deng repressed the frustration in his heart and forced a smile onto his face. Are you that free, celestial Darch? Such a small matter actually alarmed you to come personally? He was the boss of the celestial court. I ambushed a lowly general, but your general didn't come. Instead, an emperor came to confront me. What the hell is this? Am I that unlucky? Hee hee, I've been cooped up in the celestial court for far too long, so I came out for some fresh air, the celestial Darch replied with a smile. There was no way he was going to tell Emperor Tianhuang that he was the one who had come to stop Emperor Tianhuang. This was the end of semester examination, after all. It went without saying that this enemy had to have been summoned by Enlin. With Enlin's penchant for attracting hatred, his opponents were definitely going to become more and more fearsome. For safety's sake, the Celestial Darch decided to come in person to eliminate all obstacles. Thus, Emperor Yi Deng's long-awaited plan was foiled. Emperor Yi Deng had used a secret weapon against the Celestial Darch. Only an idiot would do something like that. Whether or not he could defeat the Celestial Darch was one thing, but his enemy wasn't him, so there was no need to offend such a terrifying, mighty figure. Are you a little disappointed? It's all right. If you want to fight, I can spar with you. The Celestial Darch clasped one hand behind his back and splayed the other in front of him with a calm expression. Emperor Yi Deng's face convulsed slightly. No, I'm waiting for someone. The Celestial Darch turned toward the divine heaven-sealing seal with a smile. Are they in there? Emperor Yi Deng's mood was finally lifted upon hearing this. That's right. 2 of our holy disciples are currently sparring with the prodigies of your celestial court. I'm really looking forward to the outcome. One of them was at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, while the other was at the return to void final stage. Furthermore, they had the power boost from the demonic slaughter space. How could they lose against 2 soul formation stage cultivators? Even a top-rate mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage would die here. So what if you, the Sky Emperor, are here? If you can't enter the demonic slaughter space, it's a wasted trip. At most, I'll let you bring back 2 corpses. The Celestial Darch ignored Emperor Yi Deng's smug expression. In any case, he was confident that Enlin would be able to secure victory as long as his opponent wasn't a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. A few minutes later, the divine heaven ascension seal began to tremble, rumble. A red circle of light appeared and expanded. Powerful spatial energy began to appear. The 2 emperors stared at the divine heaven sealing seal. A smile appeared on Emperor Yi Deng's face, while the Celestial Darch wore an expectant expression. One figure after another appeared from the red halo. Emperor Yi Deng's smile gradually congealed on his face, and the celestial Thearcha's mouth also gaped open in shock. For figures appeared in their field of vision, but 2 of them were in extremely dire straits. They were the 2 blood tribe holy disciples that Emperor Yi Deng was extremely optimistic about. Cassidy and Tobias were both riddled with wounds, and their bodies were bound by countless silver chains. There was a dark red cross behind them, which was exuding an extremely terrifying restrictive power. This was the intermediate rank immortal tool that Enlin had just obtained, the Blood Soul Cross. This immortal tool could use its user's blood and the power of their consciousness to suppress their enemies. Even though Cassidy and Tobias had licked up all of their blood, the Blood Soul Cross was still able to unleash an extremely powerful, restrictive power. How did you lose? Emperor Yi Deng was in complete disbelief. He was waiting for the 2 holy disciples to slay the 2 enemies before swaggering off into the distance. What was going on now? The 2 holy disciples had been captured, and Lin is simply too powerful. He has a mystic technique that can instantly erase a person's power. We were defeated by this power. Tobias explained with an indignant expression. Emperor Yi Deng fell silent, but his mind was racing. Was this an extremely powerful omnidirectional silence spell technique? It looked like he would have to prepare some high-rank spatial isolation spell techniques in order to nullify Enlin's uncanny spell technique. It was better to be safe than sorry. He would remember this message. Ha ha ha. As expected of the elites of our celestial court. Well done. The celestial Darch couldn't help but praise with a relaxed smile on his face. Everyone heaved a light sigh of relief upon seeing the celestial Darch. They had found a backer. Taking Cassidy and Tobias as hostages was the worst possible outcome. Their enemies were simply too powerful, and they could easily capsize their boat. Getting Papa of the Celestial Court to save them was the best course of action. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Cassidy, and Tobias all turned toward Emperor Yi Deng with peculiar expressions. How could there be such an idiot in this world? Chapter 1103. Back in the demonic slaughter space, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Cassidy, and Tobias all thought that Emperor Yi Deng wouldn't be stupid enough to stay put. However, reality gave them a cruel slap to the face. Emperor Yi Deng really did stay put and wait obediently. He didn't forcibly move the divine heaven sealing seal. Thus, the mighty figures of the celestial court came to their rescue, and Lin and the others were all touched by Emperor Yi Deng's benevolent and considerate actions. Emperor Yi Deng discovered that everyone was looking at him with a peculiar expression, and he immediately flared up with rage. What are you looking at? You think you can read my mind? Release the holy disciples at once. Only then did Lin realize that he was still holding Cassidy and Tobias hostage. Now that the celestial Darch was here, there wasn't much point in holding them hostage. The celestial Thearcha's eyes lit up at the sight of Cassidy and Tobias. These two were Lin's servants. So that's how it is. What a coincidence. The celestial Darch felt like he had to play along with Lin and the others, so he immediately stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Lin and the others. Ha ha ha. As expected of the small war gods of the celestial court. Even the two holy disciples of the blood tribe have been subdued by you. We've really struck gold this time. Emperor Yi Deng glowered at him. Celestial Darch, release them at once. Those are the holy disciples of our tribe. Do you really want a war to break out between the blood tribe and the human race? The importance of the holy disciples was unfathomable. They were chosen by the blood patriarch, and to a certain extent they could even be considered as direct descendants of the blood patriarch. If Emperor Yi Deng encountered the two holy disciples and was killed or abducted right under his nose, not only would his reputation plummet, he might even be held accountable by the other emperors. These two holy disciples tried to kill me in the past, so why are they letting me go, just like that? And Lin chuckled coldly as he pressed his evil-slaying sword against Cassidy's slender neck. Emperor Yi Deng could tell what Lin was implying, and he gritted his teeth. All right, tell me, what do you want in exchange for their release? Hearing this, Lin pondered for a moment before transmitting his voice to the celestial Darch. I'm short on money. This matter had to be spoken by the person with the most authority here. The celestial Darch instantly understood, and he chuckled as he replied, 10 million spirit stones per head. Hand it over now. You. Emperor Yi Deng's eyes widened, and the space around him trembled with rage. This is daylight robbery. Ha ha ha. Could it be that the head of a holy disciple isn't even worth 10 million spirit stones? The celestial Thearcha's mocking smile did not diminish in the slightest. His smile struck Emperor Yi Deng with a sense of humiliation. The head of a high and mighty, a holy disciple of the blood tribe was indeed worth 10 million spirit stones. If the holy disciples were being looked down upon, then he, the emperor of the blood tribe, would also be devalued. He really couldn't accept this injustice. All right, I agree. Emperor Yi Deng heaved a long sigh. He had initially wanted to say that the storage rings of the two holy disciples were still here, so they could be used as spoils of war. Why did he have to pay? However, if he were to say that, he would most likely lose all of his dignity as a blood tribe emperor. Emperor Yi Deng pulled out 2,000 vital stones from his storage ring with a pained expression before tossing them toward the Celestial Arch. The Celestial Arch didn't even look at them before tossing them to Enlil. "Take them as payment for your service." He didn't even take a second glance at something worth 20 million spirit stones. Instead, he tossed it to Enlil as if it were a tip. Compared to Emperor Yi Deng, the difference between him and Emperor Yi Deng was clear to see. Emperor Yi Deng was seething with rage. He was the one who had to bleed, but the Celestial Arch was the one who had to flex. And Lin was also filled with admiration as he humbly tried to emulate the Celestial Thearcha's disposition. He accepted the 20 million spirit stones with an elated expression. His target of 100 million spirit stones had been achieved. He really didn't think that his underling would be able to play such an important role in a life and death situation like this. He was very pleased. Thinking about it from another perspective, Cassidy and Tobias still loved him. They had traveled such a long distance to become his hostages, then swindled Emperor Yi Deng out of a ransom of 20 million spirit stones. What was this? She was obviously here to give him warmth. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter with this in mind. Emperor Yi Deng's eyes burned with boundless fury upon seeing Lin's expression. "Now, why aren't you releasing our holy disciples?" And Lin's heart jolted with shock upon seeing Emperor Yi Deng's expression, and he transmitted his voice to the Celestial Arch. "I don't feel safe." The Celestial Arch instantly understood, and he turned to Emperor Yi Deng with a smile. "Not yet. In order to ensure the safety of our Celestial Court's members, you have to swear a Dao Heart oath that you won't seek revenge on Enlil in the future." "That's impossible. I must avenge my son." Emperor Yi Deng roared with rage. The power of the divine Dao began to surge within his body, and he was clearly going to fight with all his might. And Lin transmitted his voice to the Celestial Arch. "Let me progress to the return to Void Stage first, and then he can seek revenge however he wants." A faint smile appeared on the Celestial Thearcha's face as he looked at Emperor Yi Deng. "All right, I'll give you a chance to seek revenge. You don't have to wait too long either. Let Enlil progress to the return to Void Stage first, and you can seek revenge however you want. We won't blame you for bullying the weak. How about that?" Emperor Yi Deng was fuming with rage. He was flexing again. "All right, it's settled then." Emperor Yi Deng swore a Dao Heart oath that he wouldn't attack Enlil before he reached the return to Void Stage. Will that really be fine? He's a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure. The Celestial Arch transmitted his voice to Enlil. "Don't worry, I've fought more than 1 or 2 Dao integration stage, super mighty figures. After I reach the return to Void Stage, I'll be able to kill 1 or 2 Dao integration stage, super mighty figures as practice." And Lin's expression was extremely calm. The Celestial Thearcha's heart jolted upon hearing this. He was being intimidated. He was a kindred spirit. And Lin put away his blood soul cross before releasing Cassidy and Tobias to return to Emperor Yi Deng's side. "And Lin, don't think this is over." Tobias's expression darkened. Cassidy placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Enlil with the other. "Next time, I'll capture you, torture your consciousness, and suck your blood dry." And Lin pursed his lips. He felt like Cassidy was telling the truth. "Let's go." Emperor Yi Deng harumphed coldly before leading the way. Cassidy, Tobias, and Feng Nguyen hurriedly followed along in fear that they would be captured again if they were too slow. These mighty figures of the blood race, who were powerful enough to shake an entire region, ran away with their faces ashen. Emperor Yi Deng came to his senses and recalled that not only had he failed to exact revenge, but he had also lost 20 million spirit stones. He was instantly enraged. He slammed a palm into the ground in rage. Boom! An aura of death surged for over 50 kilometers, and the earth cracked open as countless lives were lost. At the border of the dark marshlands, And Lin looked up at the celestial Darch with reverence in his eyes. This was the second time. The celestial Darch had descended, like a heavenly god, to save him from a dire situation. Countless words converged into one sentence. Thank you, Flex King. Chapter 1104. The celestial Darch still had a nonchalant smile on his face, but his expression darkened upon hearing Lin's words. Who are you calling the Flex Monarch? And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. He had been too excited just then and had accidentally revealed his true thoughts. He was in deep *T now. The celestial Darch spoke in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. The celestial court represents the dignity of the human race, so we naturally have to put on a brave front in order to avoid being looked down upon. Everything I'm doing is for the sake of the human race, and Lin nodded. I understand. The celestial Darch was flexing for the sake of the human race. What a lofty and noble ideal. It had risen to a completely different level, and Lin felt like this was something he could learn from. Celestial Darch, I'm really sorry to have troubled you again, Su Xiaolan said with an apologetic expression. And Lin is a troublemaker. I'm not used to him not stirring up some trouble. I'm glad you're fine. The celestial Darch chuckled in response, and Lin was a little embarrassed upon hearing this. The celestial Darch turned to Lin and Su Xiaolan with a meaningful gaze. Besides, Emperor Yi Deng is so enraged. You must have killed a lot of blood tribe cultivators for the sake of the human race, right? That's a good thing. Tell me in detail what you've done this time. Hearing this, Lin gave a brief recount of the events that had transpired. The celestial Thearcha's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he reevaluated Lin and Su Xiaolan's combat prowess. They had ventured deep into the enemy's lair, killed several returned to void stage mighty figures, and slain over 1,000 blood tribe powerful beings. Just this courage alone was worthy of admiration. Thinking back, how long had it been since he had been this hot-blooded? Let's go home, the celestial Darch said, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were moved once again upon hearing this. It was a very simple sentence, but it struck them with a sense of reliability and safety. Just like that, the two of them returned to Lincoln City with the celestial Darch. At the top of Lincoln City, the homeroom teacher, the flying sword god, had originally planned to properly reprimand this willful student after Lin returned. Then he saw Lin and the celestial Darch flying back, laughing and chatting. Flying sword god. However, he couldn't bring himself to reprimand her. He respectfully stepped forward and bowed to the celestial emperor. The other students were extremely excited. They didn't expect to see the legendary celestial emperor here, and they all went up to pay their respects. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The gap between people was really big. When they were still idling on the city wall, and Lin was already chatting happily with the celestial Darch. As a matter of fact, the celestial Darch had personally escorted Lin and Su Xiaolan back. This was simply off the charts. The celestial Darch chatted with the teachers and students on the city wall for a while before departing. Not only was he warm and gentle, but he was also ethereal and aloof, giving off the feeling that he was a super powerful being. And Lin committed this information to memory. After that, it was time for idling again. The Blood Tribe army didn't dare to come to Lincoln City, and the soldiers of Lincoln City didn't attack either. Thus, everyone just sat there peacefully. Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, Zhong Yongyan, and the others pestered Lin, asking him to recount his heroic deeds in the Blood Tribe. And Lin had no choice but to continue flexing and recount his heroic deeds. The incident at the Bone Demon Blood Sect soon shook the entire Dark Marshlands, and even spread to the entire Tai Chu continent. The death of 4 return to Void Stage mighty figures was considered a major event on the Tai Chu continent. After that, Emperor Yi Deng intentionally spread the name of the main culprit, Lin, in order to lay the groundwork for him to kill Lin in the future. Thus, Lin became famous again. His name once again entered the eyes of all the powers on the Tai Chu continent. In the past 2 years, there had been quite a lot of big news regarding Enlin. Even in the boundless Tai Chu continent, where there were countless prodigies, he could be considered as one of the most dazzling stars. He had founded a powerful sect at such a young age, and his combat prowess was unparalleled. He had even mastered the core tribulation transcendence technique. What kind of supremely talented young prodigy could achieve what he had achieved? All of a sudden, the name Enlin not only became the idol of all the young cultivators, but he also became the idol of countless female cultivators. News of what had happened in the dark marshlands had even spread to the distant West Sea. In the depths of the West Sea, within the Sea Heart Palace, as expected of a young hero, Lan Xingyang chortled with glee as he read a piece of news. The super heavenly lightning god really does strike wherever he goes. He's starting to bully the blood tribe now. Lan Xiaoni was a little concerned. Will he attract the attention of the blood tribe Dao integration stage mighty figures? Lan Xingyang looked at his daughter with a smile. Do you still not have confidence in your big boss? Besides, the bomb I gave him hasn't even been used yet. He could sense whether the bomb was used or not. That's true. Big Boss Enlin is the best. Lan Xiaoni's feeble expression was replaced by one of determination. What we have to do now is to unite the forces of the West Sea and become Big Boss Enlin's backup force. Lan Xingyang nodded with elation. Enlin's appearance had made his daughter grow up quite a bit. He sighed with emotion. Working for the heavens. This is a new path, right? Under a vast expanse of darkness, a gargantuan floating continent was slowly drifting through the air. During the day, they existed in a dark space, and at night, they appeared in the air above the Tai Chu continent, absorbing the power of stars between heaven and earth to cultivate. This was the territory of the Darkwing tribe, the floating continent. At this moment, all of the Darkwing tribe cultivators were busy with post-war reconstruction work. The battle between Black Spirit Snake and the Darkwing Emperor had been earth-shattering, and the entire continent had almost been destroyed by them. As such, the reconstruction work was also quite extensive. What? You want me to pay 10 million spirit stones for a casual job? You've gone too far. Grandmaster Construction, Cultivator. The Darkwing Emperor hung up the voice transmission talisman with rage and fell silent again as he looked down at his imperial castle, which had been sliced in half. It was simply too painful to repair it. Just the imperial castle alone cost 10 million spirit stones. How depressing. They had only fought one battle, and they were already suffering such heavy financial losses? The Darkwing Emperor sat in his chair with a gloomy expression. At this time, a gentle and beautiful woman with skin as white as the moon and long black hair that fell to her knees walked into the imperial palace with light steps. The Darkwing Emperor's expression eased slightly upon seeing her, and a smile appeared on his face. Moonlit Knight Monarch, why are you back? How are things going with the evil-slaying sword? The Moonlit Knight Monarch was his most trusted aide, and she was also the monarch with the highest completion rate. If there was anyone who could make him feel better, it would be this monarch. The Darkwing Emperor trusted this monarch very much, and he had always had high expectations for her. The Moonlit Knight Monarch's expression was cold as she held a stack of newspapers and intelligence reports in her hands. I'm not doing this mission anymore. Darkwing Emperor. What a heart-piercing Moonlit Knight. Chapter 1105. The Moonlit Knight Monarch's words reverberated in the Darkwing Emperor's ears. The Blackwing Emperor, who had finally managed to hear some good news, nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. You're quitting the mission? What's wrong, Moonlit Knight Monarch? The Darkwing Emperor was perplexed. The Moonlit Knight Monarch tossed a pile of information toward the Darkwing Emperor expressionlessly. I don't want to die. The Darkwing Emperor. The Emperor carefully read through the information gathered by the Moonlit Knight Monarch, and his expression gradually darkened. What a heart-wrenching sight! At the end of the information was the moonlit night monarch's conclusion. And Lin's power level returned to void final stage. Two mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage were required to kill Lin, and one of them had to be cannon fodder. The Darkwing Emperor stared at the information and analysis before him, but he couldn't find any reason to retort. For years, it's only been 4 years, the Darkwing Emperor's hands trembled as he held the information. I've never been an idiot to send minions to help him level up. I used a return to void stage true monarch right from the get-go. But why did I still lose? His heart was so stifled. Why couldn't anything go his way? The moonlit night monarch offered words of consolation. You can't be blamed for this, and Lin is simply too uncanny. His power is growing at an unfathomable rate, not to mention the special power hidden within his body. I really can't complete this mission. I'm willing to accept any punishment. The moonlit night monarch expressed her stance again. She had a carefree personality, but that didn't mean she didn't have a mind of her own. On the contrary, once she made up her mind on something, she wouldn't change her mind easily. The Darkwing Emperor felt like he was about to throw up a mouthful of blood. He hoped that the moonlit night monarch would be able to kill Lin and take back the evil-slaying sword. However, a few years later, she gave up on the mission using fear of death as an excuse. And then Lin became a big boss. What the F***ck, my head hurts. The Darkwing Emperor felt like not only had he been bullied by Black Spirit Snake, but he had also been bullied by a junior like Lin. Guards, summon all the monarchs. The Darkwing Emperor roared. On the monarch castle, 11 engravings lit up. This meant that the Darkwing tribe had a total of 11 return to void final stage monarchs. That's right, there were already 11 true monarchs who had attained the power of the divine Tao. Many powerful, true monarchs tore open the dimension and arrived at the Emperor's order. Soon, 11 returned to void final stage powerful beings had gathered in the palace. The moonlit night monarch ranked 3rd or 2nd among all of the monarchs present, and any one of the monarchs present was powerful enough to kill Lin. The Darkwing Emperor circulated the information that Yu Yi had gathered among the true monarchs. The true monarchs were confused, but they still looked carefully. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. A handsome man looked as if he had just survived a disaster. The moonlit night monarch has decided to give up on the mission of killing Lin and retrieving the evil-slaying sword. Which one of you is willing to accept the mission? The Darkwing Emperor asked. Hearing this, all the monarchs cried out in alarm. The moonlit night monarch, who had never failed a mission before, was actually giving up on it. The handsome man wanted to clap his hands upon seeing this, as if he had found a soulmate. He was the Starry Night monarch who had accepted the mission and then given up on it. As a result, the Starry Night monarch was punished to supply energy to the heart of darkness for 100 years, but he had no regrets. This time he had snuck out during the Emperor's summon, only to find that even the moonlit night monarch had given up on the mission. As expected, he wasn't the only one who knew how precious life was. The Darkwing Emperor's words reverberated throughout the palace, but all of the monarchs hesitated. Emperor, you've seen the moonlit night monarch's analysis. Your mission is basically sending us to our deaths. A hot-tempered monarch chimed in. That's right. Where are we going to find return to void final stage cannon fodder? Mighty figures of that level are all scheming and scheming. Who would be stupid enough to sacrifice themselves? Another monarch chimed in. Could it be that the Darkwing Emperor is telling us to team up, with one responsible for killing him and the other responsible for sending ourselves to our deaths? What a vicious boss. Darkwing Emperor, this mission is a suicidal one. I remember you telling us in the past that our lives are the most important thing in this world. We have always been abiding by this priceless advice. Could it be that you have forgotten about it? A true king lamented in pain. Just like that, The group of true monarchs became excited and started a heated discussion among themselves. All of the discussions pointed toward one central idea, which was that this mission was too dangerous, and they couldn't do it. The Darkwing Emperor was on the verge of breaking down. Who says we're definitely going to die? Does the Moonlit Night Monarch's analysis have to be correct? Perhaps there are other ways to achieve this goal? Can't you all use your brains? Use their brains? Another round of heated discussion ensued. All of the monarchs agreed that the Moonlit Night Monarch's analysis was very reasonable, Darkwing Emperor. Right at this moment, the Moonlit Night Monarch raised her head and bowed slightly. Moonlit Night has a suggestion. The Darkwing Emperor's expression eased. Please speak. The mysterious power within and Lin's body will only be triggered when he's on the brink of death. As long as we don't endanger his life, there shouldn't be any life-threatening danger. The Moonlit Night Monarch's voice was as refreshing as a clear spring. The Darkwing Emperor's expression shifted. Moonlit Night Monarch, what do you mean? Only take the sword, not kill, the Moonlit Night Monarch replied. The Darkwing Emperor's eyes lit up before his brows furrowed. Are we not going to avenge the Dark Night Monarch? The Moonlit Night Monarch replied in a calm voice. That depends on whether avenging the Dark Night Monarch or the evil-slaying sword is more important. If we only take the sword, then I'm willing to accept another mission. A conflicted expression appeared on the Darkwing Emperor's face before he heaved a forlorn sigh. So be it. We only take the sword, not kill. The rewards for the mission remain the same. So I'll leave this mission to Moonlit Night Monarch. I hope you won't disappoint me. All of the monarchs' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and they couldn't help but look at the Moonlit Night Monarch with envy. If they only took the sword and didn't kill, then the difficulty of this mission would plummet. One had to realize that they would receive a divine fruit and Tao inheritance light upon completing this mission. This was a huge boon. Some of the more impatient monarchs even wanted to yell, "Give up on that mission and let me do it!" Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. The Moonlit Night extended an indifferent salute to express her gratitude. She stepped forward and disappeared into the darkness of the night. The Darkwing Emperor glowered at the other 10 monarchs. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 1106. Lincoln City, and Lin was lying on the city wall, basking in the moonlight. Su Xiaolan sat beside Lin with her eyes tightly shut as she silently refined the holy flames within her body. Xiaolan, do you think I'll conquer the entire dark marshlands one day? And Lin suddenly asked. Su Xiaolan opened her eyes upon hearing Lin's words. Her eyes reflected the starry sky, and it was as if a vermilion bird were soaring into the sky to soar through the myriad of worlds. I think you can, and it won't be too late, Su Xiaolan replied with conviction. She had never doubted Lin's abilities. However, she was still afraid that someone important to her would be in danger during this process. Have you really decided to do this? Su Xiaolan asked, and Lin heaved a faint sigh. I have already issued the mission. There's no turning back now. That's right, they were preparing to make a big move. Within the demonic slaughter space, Lin had already extracted 1,000 milliliters of holy blood and handed it to Cassidy and Tobias for them to develop. Never underestimate 1,000 milliliters of holy blood. That was the most alluring thing to the Blood Tribe. They would first target the people close to them, then the Blood Tribe mighty figures who weren't too vicious, and then they would gradually expand their influence. After a year, all of the Blood Tribe cultivators who had been influenced by the holy blood would gather together and undergo the servant ceremony of Lin. If things went smoothly, perhaps half of the dark marshlands would fall under Lin's control. Sigh, I actually just want to be an ordinary cultivator. Why is it that the more I go down this path, the more I'm straying from it? I'm starting to regret creating that holy blood cult. And Lin wore a disconsolate expression. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. If you think about it this way, Wouldn't it be safer to develop the holy blood cult for the sake of the human race and turn our enemies into our servants? And Lin's expression changed upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, Xiaolon! You've also learned to apply what you've learned." "What do you mean?" Su Xiaolan asked blankly. "For the sake of the human race's prosperity." And Lin gestured with his hands. This was the lofty idea of the celestial ruler, and Lin just remembered it, but he didn't expect Su Xiaolan to see through it. Su Xiaolan. What was the point of unifying the dark marshlands? And Lin had been confused before, but now that he thought about it, wasn't it to make the human race safer and the continent more harmonious? With his lofty ideals as his guide, he was immediately filled with motivation, and Lin looked up at the stars. "Perhaps my happiest days were when I sold a steamer of buns for 1,000 spirit stones. But for the sake of the human race, I will carry this heavy burden forward and fight endlessly." Su Xiaolan silently slapped her forehead. There were too many things to complain about, and she didn't want to say anything. "By the way, Xiaolon, can I learn more about our parents now?" And Lin asked with a buoyant smile. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "How can you try to get close to them like that? They're my parents. You've pissed off more than a few Dao integration stage, super mighty figures anyway. But you have to promise me that you'll listen to me and don't do anything rash." And Lin immediately made a promise. Su Xiaolan waved the crimson bracelet on her wrist with a smile. "This is a relic of my mother, the vermilion bird bracelet. You haven't forgotten about it, have you?" And Lin nodded. "Of course I have." Back at the Vermilion Bird sect, after Su Xiaolan had obtained the vermilion bird bracelet, she had told him that it was something that had belonged to her mother. At that time, and Lin had been keeping an eye out for her, and he was planning to go and help her with some matters when he could take care of himself. "My mother's name is Zhu Yishuang, and she's the younger sister of the current sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, Zhu Shuza. Back when Situ Feng was still the sect leader, both of them were strong contenders for the position of sect leader." Su Xiaolan began to recount her story, and Lin cooperatively brought out some high-quality immortal wine from his storage ring, and the two of them chatted as they drank. My mother and my uncle's aptitude was about the same, and they both progressed to the return to void stage at almost the same time. After that, they were invited by the celestial court to enter the ancient Tai Chu realm. In the void star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm, my mother and my father met for the first time. That must have been an unforgettable encounter, and Lin chimed in after taking a sip of wine. Su Xiaolan nodded. "That's right, it was quite an unforgettable encounter. The two of them fought over a pile of realm essence crystals, and my mother almost killed my father. PFFF." And Lin spat out a mouthful of wine. "Aren't the unforgettable stories we understand a little different from each other?" Su Xiaolan couldn't help but smile upon seeing and Lin's dumbstruck expression. She placed her slender hands behind her back and looked up at the night sky with a reminiscent look in her eyes as she continued to speak. "After that, my mother stole the realm essence crystals. Out of kindness, she didn't kill my father and left just like that. After about a dozen or so days, my mother accidentally fell into a perilous realm and was unable to escape. It was my father who sacrificed an extremely precious mystic treasure to save her. Perhaps it was at that time that my father and mother finally met and became friends." And Lin sighed with emotion. No discord, no concord. A good marriage always starts with the kindness of one party. He turned to look at Su Xiaolan as he spoke. He didn't know anything when he first entered the university, but wasn't it Su Xiaolan who took him step by step on the path of cultivation? Their marriage had begun from Su Xiaolan's expression of goodwill. Su Xiaolan blushed slightly as she sensed in Lin's scorching gaze. "After that, my father and my mother searched for opportunities in the ancient Tai Chu realm together. They helped and supported each other in times of danger, and they gradually developed feelings for each other. Even after they left the ancient Tai Chu realm, their relationship continued to grow. Thus, as time passed, their relationship grew stronger and stronger, and they became more and more important in each other's hearts. One day, my grandfather, Ao Meng, discovered the relationship between my father and my mother. My grandfather vehemently opposed this marriage, and he even threatened to sever their ties. And Lin couldn't help but grumble. What a melodramatic plot. Our mom is extremely talented, and she could even become the future sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect. Where did her parents find the courage to oppose her? Su Xiaolan explained, because my father is a member of the dragon tribe. Relationships between humans and dragons have always been forbidden. Not only is it extremely difficult for them to have children, but the children will also die due to the conflict between the two bloodlines. Also, there's big sister Shanine. She forced a phoenix and a true dragon to fail the Dao integration stage, which dealt a heavy blow to the dragon tribe. My father is also a mighty figure who has a chance of progressing to the Dao integration stage, and Grandpa Ao Meng was very adamant in his opposition to this marriage. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. How did they overcome this obstacle? Su Xiaolan smiled. After that, my mother fought her way into the dragon court of the eastern seas and beat all of the dragon tribe cultivators into submission before forcibly taking my father away. And Lin's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Is she that bad, *SS? What a peerlessly domineering move. I can almost see a peerlessly beautiful woman looking down upon all the dragons in the world. He felt like the two of them had gotten the wrong script. Wait, and Lin suddenly realized something, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. Grandpa Ao Meng, the dragon court of the eastern seas? He turned with difficulty to look at Su Xiaolan. You mean the Dragon King of the Eastern Seas, Ao Meng? Who else could it be? Su Xiaolan blinked. And Lin, I almost killed your grandpa. He suddenly sighed with emotion. Su Xiaolan. Chapter 1107. Are you talking about the battle at the Flying Ball tribe mine? Su Xiaolan was speechless, and Lin nodded with lingering fear in his heart. That's right. I was so angry at the time that I really wanted to kill Ao Meng. Thinking about it now, I'm still a little scared he had almost killed Su Xiaolan's grandfather. Wasn't that the equivalent of almost killing his own father-in-law? At the time, he was beating him up as if he were his own son. Speaking of which, Su Xiaolan possessed both a true dragon and a phoenix bloodline right from the get-go. He should have thought of this a long time ago, but it was just that he couldn't see the bigger picture. Su Xiaolan immediately offered words of consolation upon seeing Lin's expression. You don't have to blame yourself. Ever since my father was taken away by my mother, he severed all ties with Ao Meng and left the Dragon Court. Hence, even I no longer have any ties with the Dragon Court. The Dragon Court won't acknowledge me, and I don't want to acknowledge the Dragon Court. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. Speaking of which, Ao Meng's attitude toward his own children is really weird. It's really hard to imagine that your father was forced to leave just like that. Su Xiaolan took a sip of wine and shook her head. Wasn't the 4-9 immortal sex little dragon princess, Bai Lian, also forced to leave? My grandfather Ao Meng has a knack for forcing his own children away. The two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter as they spoke. Su Xiaolan had never met Ao Meng, so she naturally didn't have any feelings for him. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Meng's weird way of thinking was really quite hilarious. Perhaps this is the downside of having too many children. They clearly don't have time to pay attention to their children's thoughts, but they still act like they're doing everything for their children's sake and dictate their lives, and Lin concluded. Su Xiaolan heaved a forlorn sigh. After my father severed all ties with the Dragon Court, he changed his name from Ao Guanyu to Su Guanyun. And Lin laughed. No wonder your surname isn't Ao. Su Xiaolan sounds better. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips into a smile. After that, my father and mother got married, and they lived happily ever after in the Vermilion Bird sect. According to some of the stories, this should be the grand finale, the end of the book. However, and Lin knew that this was only the beginning of the story. The real story began. Su Xiaolan stretched out her fair and delicate hand and said in a charming voice, "I'm thirsty. Bring me some precious fruits." And Lin immediately took out a first-grade spirit fruit and obediently handed it over. "Please enjoy, Your Highness." "Be a good boy, little." Su Xiaolan accepted the spirit fruit with a dainty smile before taking a few bites. "We lived a happy life for a long time. The legend is true. My parents lived together for so long, but they couldn't give birth to me." And Lin instantly became nervous upon hearing this, but he didn't know what he was nervous about. To put it in a more scientific way, it's because of reproductive isolation between different species. The sperm and the egg don't belong to the same species. So how are they supposed to fuse? Su Xiaolan explained with a serious expression. A rare shy expression appeared on Lin's face. "Then what should we do?" He finally understood what he was nervous about. This was a problem that he and Xiaolan had to face as well. To put it more accurately, Xiaolan was also half a dragon tribe member. If Enlin and Su Xiaolan were to be together, wouldn't they also have to face this problem when giving birth in the future? Hence, this was an extremely important problem. What should we do? A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "My parents went to the Purple Star Infertility Department for treatment, and they finally solved this problem." And Lin, everyone suddenly fell silent. Why did it feel like there was a peculiar change in the atmosphere? "And Lin, I'll go ask Bai Ling some other day." "Don't worry. I still have the pill recipe, but the ingredients are very difficult to find." Su Xiaolan blushed as she said, "Take the pill and improve your constitution and you'll be fine." And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "No problem. No matter what ingredients you need, I and Lin will be able to obtain them." After that, my parents expended a lot of time and effort in order to nurture my overly powerful connate, true dragon, and phoenix bloodlines. Only then did they find the correct method to prevent my bloodline from self-destructing, thereby saving my life. Su Xiaolan sighed with emotion. She was clearly also feeling a little melancholic about the trials and tribulations of this world, and Lin obediently shifted his body to allow Su Xiaolan to lean on his shoulder. He couldn't help but become nervous. "Then the nurturing you mentioned, Su Xiaolan. I have the pill recipe." And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "In any case, I grew up healthily. My father taught me dragon tribe spell techniques, and my mother taught me fire type spell techniques. My aptitude was good to begin with, and I also had dual bloodlines, so I naturally progressed rapidly in my cultivation." She was actually the stereotype of a prodigy. She had a good background, a good sect, good parents, good aptitude, and lived like a princess. My mother was very fierce. She would beat me whenever I slacked off, and I cried at least a dozen times. In order to train my courage, she would even release some very scary mutant beasts to scare me. On the contrary, my father was the most gentle person. He was also very good at coaxing me, and he looked very good when he smiled. And Lin nodded. "That's a pretty good guess." Zhu Yishuang was someone who would overturn the dragon court and forcibly take Su Guanyin away. It wasn't difficult to guess the personalities of her parents. Su Xiaolan slowly recounted her past, and Lin listened with an earnest expression, trying to understand her past. Su Xiaolan spoke with an extremely earnest expression, as if she was going to tell the man beside her about all of the ups and downs she had experienced over the past few years. "When I was 12 years old, my parents and second uncle traveled to the void spirit realm in search of an energy crystal that could repress the violent power of the holy vermilion flame. However, they were targeted by 2 Tao integration stage, void, spirit, tribe mighty figures who wanted to devour their consciousness. Su Xiaolan clenched her fists, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she thought back to this past event. And Lin drew Su Xiaolan into his arms and consoled her in a gentle voice. He could already guess the outcome at this point. One of the vermilion bird origin treasures is known as the vermilion bird wings. It's a one-time life-saving treasure that can unleash a vermilion bird spatial movement technique for a short period of time. Even Tao integration stage mighty figures won't be able to stop it. It's a pity that this spatial movement technique can only teleport one person. It was the second vermilion bird origin treasure that my mother obtained. My mother didn't use it for herself, nor did she give it to my father. Instead, she gave the vermilion bird wings to my second uncle and asked him to take good care of me. Su Xiaolan had already begun to sob as she spoke. They left me forever just like that. It was so sudden. They didn't even say goodbye. They disappeared from my life just like that. No one taught me true dragon spell techniques anymore. My uncle and second uncle taught me fire-type spell techniques, but they wouldn't beat me, curse at me, or use monsters to scare me. I was very obedient and tried my best to live my life. I tried my best to smile so that my family wouldn't worry about me, and I tried my best to be a sensible and outstanding woman. Other people would praise me, but the person I wanted to hear praise the most would never appear. Su Xiaolan wept as she spoke, releasing all of the emotions that had been pent up in her heart for many years. Her uncle and second uncle were very concerned about her, and they loved her very much. But how could this kind of care replace the position of her parents? And Lin silently wiped away Su Xiaolan's tears. Su Xiaolan wept for a while before carefully pulling out a photographic crystal and injecting vital energy into it. An image began to appear before her eyes. This was a group photo of a family of 3 wearing intricate red vermilion bird robes. A beautiful woman was smiling with one hand resting on the man's shoulder and the other holding onto the little one's hand. The man with dragon horns had a shy and gentle smile on his face, and he was also holding onto the little one's hand. Little Su Xiaolan stood in the center with her hair tied up in a bun. She was holding onto the little one's hand, and there was an extremely warm and joyful smile on her face.